here, some administrative stuff needs to be done.
On today's agenda, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 135. And we're going to Representative Harrington to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Michael Harrington. I represent Stratford District 18, and I'm presenting Bill HB 135, which is a pretty simple bill. It basically codifies part of our state constitution, Article 1, Section 12, which is pretty clear about what it says. It says, but no part of a man's property shall be taken from him or applied to public use without his consent or that of his representative body of people, nor are the inhabitants of this state controllable by any other laws than those which they or the representative body have given their consent. And this has to do with the Wayfair decision having to do with sales tax. And in the way of a little history, some time ago, there was a movement by sales tax states they want to impose the sales tax on non-sales tax states. So if someone from New Hampshire sells a product to, say, Massachusetts or New York or South Dakota, then that company in New Hampshire would be responsible for collecting and providing that sales tax revenue to the state. And to put that in a little bit of perspective, the best estimate I've heard so far is there's over 13,000 different sales tax rates in the country. And that's because each state may have a different one. They have, some have city tax, some don't. It varies on items. I mean, here's a quirk to show that examples of how strange some of these laws are. If under the Wayfair decision, you were to sell a charcoal grill to someone in Massachusetts, you would collect tax on the grill. But if you sold them a bag of charcoal to go along with it, you wouldn't collect tax on the charcoal because charcoal is called a fuel and therefore it's exempt from sales tax. Another example from our friends in Massachusetts, they just announced they're going to put sales tax on candy now. Previously, food was exempt from the sales tax. I imagine there'll be 2 or 3 pages of definition of what constitutes candy. I mean, is Baker's chocolate that's going to use to make a pie, is that candy? Or is it only chocolate that's going to go into Hershey's bars? So it's extremely complicated. I see of no way anyone can keep up on this because they're subject to change constantly. You'd have to hire an outside service in order to keep up with these 13,000 plus different sales tax rates. So what happened is a while ago, a bunch of states decided, there was a decision called the Quill decision, which was made by the Supreme Court. And it said, no, if you don't have a physical presence in that state, the state cannot collect sales tax from it. And that was how everything worked for quite some time. A bunch of states decided we didn't want this. We want to get sales tax from everybody, mostly because of the increased business through the internet. And 20 states actually passed laws that said we will collect taxes from other states, basically saying we're going to defy the Quill decision. And that eventually made it up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, being pushed by former Justice Kennedy, ruled 5-4 to overturn that and came up with the Wayfair decision. Now, the Wayfair decision is, of course, not quite as simple as just saying, well, you have to keep track of all 13,000 various sales taxes, because many of these states have caveats in their laws.
Excuse me, could
Yeah.
you hold on a second?
Sure.
Would you mind going out and talking out in the hall? Okay.
Many of these states have caveats in the law. The most common one is that if you do not have over 200 shipments to a particular state, or you do not exceed $100,000, you do not have to collect the sales tax. Of course, the problem comes there is maybe you think, well, last year I had 150 shipments to South Dakota. Probably don't have to worry about collecting the sales tax. So I don't. November comes around and I go, uh-oh, I just hit 198. I can't go back and collect all that sales tax from the orders that I've already sent. So the only thing I can do is now stop selling my product to any state with that limits coming about. So as you can see, it's extremely difficult to comply with this. And I think it's a real burden on our business. But our solution, what I'm proposing, is that we do just what the other states did when they tried to overcome the Quill decision. We do that by overcoming the Mayflower decision, the Wayfair decision, the same way, by simply codifying our Constitution, which is what this bill says. And it says that basically it comes down to, therefore, no New Hampshire business retailer shall be required to collect sales or use taxes for a foreign government or provide any information for the facilitation of collecting these taxes unless such collection is mandated by the Congress of the United States in accordance with the Commerce Clause, Article 1, Section 3, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution, where the Constitution says specifically Congress has the authority to regulate interstate commerce, not the Supreme Court, or by New Hampshire law. And I think this would be ripe for an overturn on the Supreme Court. As Justice Roberts said in his dissent, basically it should be left up to Congress. And Congress has the opportunity to do this. They have the specific constitutional authority to do it, and they've chosen not to do it. So what this would be is we're just saying, let's do the same thing that the states did to get Quill overturned, we want to do to get Wayfair overturned. A copy of this has been given to the Attorney General personally back in December. I haven't heard any response from their office, so I don't know what their position is on it. But I think it's incumbent on the state of New Hampshire to defend our Constitution. And by codifying that portion of the Constitution, it makes it very clear that if you're in New Hampshire, you're not being governed by other states. And it's just, again, so we're clear, it's not a simple fact of just collecting the tax and sending it to somebody else. Obviously, that's going to be time and cumbersome, but you're going to have to subscribe to some type of service to keep track of these 13,000 plus various rates, and you're also going to have to keep track of every product that you sell to every state so it doesn't exceed that state's particular caps. And again, that's not universal. The most common one is 200 sales or over $100,000, but there are many states that have no caps at all, or somewhere in between. So again, it's another complicated burden on our companies that want to sell stuff. And clearly, both the United States Constitution, which says interstate commerce is in the hands of Congress, and the New Hampshire Constitution, which says you have to do it by our elected officials, clearly back this bill. And I would hope you'd approve it, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Harrington, for your description of the Wayfair decision. I'm confused by the bill, however. The bill as written talks about collecting taxes for a foreign government, makes no reference to the U.S. states. Can you clarify for us?
I was told by Office of Legislative Service that foreign government means any government other than New Hampshire. Yeah.
Yes, Representative Spar.
With the if I understand you, the purpose of this is really to take some of the onerous burden of the regulation of having to collect these taxes for these businesses and companies that work here in the state. Is that correct?
Well, it's twofold. Obviously, to do that as well, but it's also to enforce our Constitution. I find it difficult to believe that the Supreme Court's going to rule that the long-standing state of New Hampshire's Constitution is unconstitutional.
Okay. A follow-up? The other states that don't have sales taxes, I think like Delaware, Oregon, Texas, not Texas, Alaska, and there might be one other, I think. But have they done anything like this?
Not that I'm aware of, no. But like I said, in the past, there was a movement, and we got about 20 states to pass laws to overturn. I guess that was some type of an organized effort. And South Dakota was the first one that made it through the courts. Hence, South Dakota versus Wayfair is the Supreme Court decision. But I mean, nothing wrong with New Hampshire being first. And if other states want to jump on board, let's go for it.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I want to try to make sure I understand the arguments that you're making here. I believe what you're saying, and correct me if I get this wrong. I believe that what you're saying is that since the collection of taxes from non-New Hampshire, from foreign jurisdictions, was a decision that came from the Supreme Court and wasn't enacted, there's no law that the United States Congress passed or the New Hampshire legislature passed that says that those taxes need to be collected, then despite the fact that the Supreme Court made a ruling to that effect, we don't have to worry about it.
That's basically what it is. I'm saying that I disagree with the Supreme Court decision. I think if you look at the Interstate Commerce Clause, it specifically says Congress has the authority to regulate interstate commerce. It doesn't say the Supreme Court. It mentions there's no mention of the Supreme Court in it whatsoever. They've sort of invented this secondary commerce clause that they apply to themselves somehow. And again, I think this was being pushed by Justice Kennedy big time. He basically told the states, bring it to the Supreme Court and we'll rule in your favor. But it was only 5-4. I just think it's ripe to be overturned. And our Constitution is very clear on it. It's very specific. If it's not a person or a person that they get to vote for, then nobody else can impose not only just taxes, but tell them what to do, basically.
Follow up? Thank you. All right. I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I think I remember from 10th grade civics that the Supreme Court decisions are the law of the land, not of a particular state. So what I'm trying to understand is if the Supreme Court were to hand down any other kind of decision that we didn't like for whatever reason, could we say, well, we don't like it, so, we don't want to honor it?
No, not at all, because, I mean, you have to look very specifically at the words in our Constitution. Nor are the inhabitants of this state controllable by any other laws than those to which they or their representative body have given their consent. That's very specific. So just a Supreme Court ruling of something that we don't care for doesn't mean it's in violation of our Constitution. What the other states did is they said, we think Quill should be overturned, the previous Supreme Court decision that said you must have a physical presence in the state in order to force someone to collect the sales tax. So those states pushed the issue into the court, and the court changed that 5-4 in Wayfair. What I'm suggesting here is powered by our Constitution, which specifically says this issue is not allowed in New Hampshire. If we're going to enforce our Constitution, that we should take that and push it back to the Supreme Court and hope they overturn Wayfair and say that it was a mistake, just like they did with Roe v. Wade.
Well, I thank you for your comment, but I'll also point out that regardless of whether a decision is 9-0 or 5-4, a decision is still a decision. Thank you.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm just saying 5-4 shows that it was not locked in stone by the Supreme Court, that's all.
Representative Ellery.
Thank you, Representative Harrington. Yeah, I'm right here. not across the aisle like we were last year. The question I have is, since New Hampshire ratified the Constitution of the United States, does not the Constitution of the United States have supremacy over the New Hampshire Constitution?
Yes, I believe it does, but you can also show me the part in the in this United States Constitution where it says the Supreme Court shall set limits on how you collect sales tax from other states, and if you sell more than 500 units to this state or 200 units to that, or if it's over 100,000 that thing, this is clearly legislation by the court, and it's not declare. It's not saying a law was unconstitutional or constitutional. It's saying we're gonna substitute our judgment for the Commerce Clause, and we're gonna circumvent Congress.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, in order to contest a court, since we have the supremacy clause in the United States Constitution, what would be the elements to trigger a contestation of a decision that is allowed under the Constitution?
That I'm going to have to defer to. So I'm an engineer, not a lawyer, but I am assuming whatever mechanism, for example, South Dakota used to get their law, because they passed a law that said that disagreed with the Quill decision. I'm suggesting the same approach. We pass a law that disagrees with the Wayfair decision, and that gets pursued in the courts. I would assume the state would file to represent our companies in, I guess, federal district court, and it would move its way up through that. But the exact details I don't know, but I know it can be done because it was done by South Dakota and other states in the Quill decision.
Follow up?
Would not individuals, since the state has no standing, would not individuals in the state have to be harmed? And would this bill give standing to those individuals to contest the Supreme Court ruling?
Well, again, as far as the technical legal issues, I'm not a lawyer, but harming, they're already harmed. Anybody who's complying with the Wayfair decision is being harmed right now because they're spending a lot of time and effort keeping track of who they're selling to what and what the tax rate is. I'm sure they'll be paying someone to tell them if you sell something to that's a clock to someone in Los Angeles, California, you have to charge 11.2% sales tax on it. But if you sell clocks to someone in Tennessee, don't worry, they're exempt. So there's already harm being done, and I would think, just like in the case of the Quill decision, of overturning the Quill decision, it was called South Dakota versus Wayfair, and that's who took it on. And I don't see why not New Hampshire couldn't take the same approach.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Mike. So this sounds like another New Hampshire first. You know, we're taking this because we believe we have our state's rights versus the rights of all the other states. We're looking after our state first. It also sounds like an unfunded mandate to require businesses and whoever to collect these taxes. My question is, has any state ever refused to follow a SCOTUS ruling?
That I don't know. I think there has been some litigation on this, and I'm not sure if states are doing it or individuals are doing it. I did get a call from a couple of businesses, and most of them were small, and they said, we're taking the position that we don't do enough business with any particular state to kick in the setting where we have to start collecting it. But I'm sure there are people in New Hampshire that sell on larger scales. So when you're talking $100,000, that's not a lot of money these days. And some states, the limit is even lower. So I don't know specifically how the individuals states are how the individual companies are dealing with it, but I don't know. Maybe there'll be somebody here from the BIA or something that can speak on that. So.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So I was thinking in terms of the Bruin decision, when the Bruin decision came down against New York State, Massachusetts, a lot of the blue states skirted the law in the Supreme Court decision by enacting their own laws their own specific areas of safety or, safety zones, whatever. I know for a fact that, children are taken across borders for abortion. We pass laws in different states limiting the rights of young people, yet, we say that they're not smart enough, they're not old enough, they're not mature enough to make decisions on whether it's gambling or it's smoking or drinking, yet we can change their gender. We can let them change their gender. I mean, do you think this is something for the courts?
Well, I think that what we've got here is, and what I'm trying to put is that our Constitution is very explicit on this. I mean, it's not just collecting taxes, but it says it's controllable by laws other than those for which they are the representative body passed. So if Massachusetts decides to pass a law that says everyone's got to wear green hats on Tuesday, that can't be enforced in New Hampshire. And what I'm saying is this Supreme Court decision, which is a result of laws passed in other states, cannot be enforced in New Hampshire either.
Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for taking my question. There was a comment made by my colleague that this is an unfunded mandate. I want to understand, is there any state action involved in terms of collecting these taxes?
No, there's no action by the state of New Hampshire involved in collecting the taxes. It would be between the individual company and the state that they, that state's Massachusetts, they would send when they collect the involvement would be, okay, so they want to get a purchase from Massachusetts and it's something that's has the tax on it. So they would say it's $100, but I don't know what the sales tax, I think it's 6%. So they would collect $100 plus 6% tax. That 6% tax, then they would remit to the state of New Hampshire, to the state of Massachusetts. The state of New Hampshire would not be involved.
Right, I understand that,
Yeah.
but there is no government funding that's involved in any way in other states asking our citizens to pay taxes in their states. We're not involved in trying to collect those taxes.
The state of New Hampshire is not
Right.
involved.
So
correct.
there's no way that in terms of the government that this is an unfunded mandate.
Right, there is no unfunded mandate.
Thank you.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this may not be an unfunded mandate, but do you know, are there costs involved in record keeping and then sending taxes across the country to different states, so on and so forth? I mean, it may not be specifically an unfunded mandate, but it sure sounds like there's a lot of record keeping costs. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I think the confusion here is we're talking about whether it's unfunded mandate for the state or individuals. Clearly, this is a mandate for individuals to spend money. As I said, there's over 13,000 sales tax, different rates, and no one's going to keep track of that. No one's going to be able to pull off the top of their head, oh, you're coming from Dallas, Texas, and you're buying a widget, so I know exactly that's a 3.8% sales tax on it. Nope, wait a minute. There's a special tax because it's in Dallas. They add 1% on, so it's 4.8. Obviously, you're going to have to hire some outside firm to keep track of these thousands and thousands of tax rates. And it's not only that, but some things that are taxable in one state aren't taxable in another. Again, using Massachusetts, I think the cutoff is if you buy a jacket for $200, you pay no sales tax on it. If you buy a jacket for $300, you pay sales tax on the amount over $200. So there's all these nuances in the law. It would be impossible to keep track of it. Plus, you're going to have to keep track of the total amount, because if you get to that point where you say, all right, well, I know in South Dakota, this is going to be $98,000 and it's September. I got to stop selling stuff to South Dakota because I can't go back and collect the taxes that I didn't collect. So the only option I have now is not doing any business with South Dakota until next January.
Yep, very good. Thank you.
Representative Sparrow.
Thank you, Chair. Are you aware of any database that does keep all that that tax information and the changes in each state and locality?
I'm not aware specifically, but I find it hard to believe that there isn't one, because if you have a state with a sales tax, I'm sure they're doing it already, and I can't conceive of how anyone could comply with it without having something like that. but I don't know of one
Yeah.
specifically.
Just a quick follow-up. You know, a meals and room tax, the state here allows, my understanding, from businesses to keep 3% of the 6 or 7, whatever it is. Has there been any thought as far as maybe, as I was thinking out of the box, saying, you know, for these businesses, this could be maybe not a profit center, but at least a neutral?
I'm not aware of any, and my understanding, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of how the Wayfair decision was, is it allows every individual state to set that. So, I mean, you could end up a situation where, you know, Oklahoma says you can keep 2% of this to cover your expenses, and New York says we want it all. I don't know, but it could go that way because the Supreme Court basically allowed the states to set their own, for example, the amount of limit on it and the amount of purchases.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, we'll take one more question. Go ahead, Representative.
I had a question, just as an example. So if there was a requirement, let's say Massachusetts had a sales tax and a business in New Hampshire was selling products with the intention of the destination being Massachusetts, and they had records of that, what would prevent the Massachusetts Department of Revenue from conducting an audit of that organization in New Hampshire?
Well, under the Quill decision, it was a physical presence in the state. And I think if you remember, and I don't remember all the exact details, but there was a situation on that with people buying tires in southern New Hampshire under Governor Lynch. And he basically told them, you're not coming up here checking our people out, and you're not collecting sales tax for tires sold in New Hampshire. That was back, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. Anyways, maybe more than that, obviously.
Follow up?
I recall that, but in that case, the fact they didn't collect those taxes, were they essentially enabled, like if Massachusetts sent them assessment for lost revenue, were they required to pay that money to Massachusetts?
I don't remember the details, but other than I think the way it turned out is that they didn't, the governor made it pretty clear that you're not collecting sales tax for transactions in New Hampshire, and go away. And that's why I think it ended.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for listening to me for such a long time.
We'll now hear from Sam Garland of the Justice Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Sam Garland from the Department of Justice. I'm a senior assistant attorney general there, and I'm chief of the civil litigation unit. And I know I've seen a number of you before, having testified on similar tax issues and tax questions. But for those I haven't seen in a while, haven't met, it's very nice to be here, and thank you for the invitation. I certainly am I guess I should start by saying we don't take a formal position on any bill. So I'm not here to oppose or support this bill. I'm not here to weigh in on whether it's wise as a matter of policy. I think you've seen our office can be quite vigorous in terms of defending the tax structure that we have in our state at this point. But I'm not here for any purpose other than to provide some technical insight and to answer any questions that the committee may have. I'm certainly sympathetic, and we've seen it at our office, to a number of the issues that Representative Harrington brought to this committee's attention. Wayfair did upend the pretty clean-cut physical presence rule to one that has what's called an economic nexus, and that there are tens of thousands of taxing jurisdictions, and it created serious compliance burdens for businesses to have to comply with other states. Fortunately, at least to some extent, states have started to become more lockstep in how they are setting up their tax structures. So every state in the country now does have a $100,000 threshold for an economic nexus. Not every state has adopted the 200 transaction threshold. There are a number of local taxing jurisdictions. One example we hear all the time is Alaska, where basically every municipality within Alaska can have its own individual local tax rate. But Alaska has also passed legislation to try to make that more uniform, to have their municipalities kind of buy into a uniform tax structure. It hasn't resolved the question or the problem. And I want to make that clear, that we do still, in our implementation efforts and enforcement efforts for Chapter 78E, which was Senate Bill 242, it was passed in the wake of the Wayfair decision, interact with New Hampshire businesses that express frustration with the compliance costs and the complication of complying with other states' taxing regimes. But I do think from where we were in 2018 or 2019 when I was first here to where we are now, it is a little bit the things are a little bit more uniform, and that's certainly an encouraging development. In terms of this specific bill, the concerns we have at the Department of Justice are legal concerns, and they're legal concerns that kind of run into a practical concern. The legal concerns are really that, and I think that a number of the members of the committee and Representative Harrington recognize this, we're really in uncharted constitutional territory when we're talking about the interplay both between the state and federal government for taxation and the states vis-a-vis the other states for taxation. It's what we in constitutional lawyers call vertical federalism and horizontal federalism. And so in terms of vertical federalism, the Supreme Court has never specifically said that a state can enforce its tax laws against the resident of another state without an act of Congress, but it certainly strongly implied it. That was an issue that could have come up in Wayfair. It didn't come up in Wayfair, and the Supreme Court adopted the economic nexus test there without saying, well, Congress would need to pass a law. And there are certainly other cases, older cases from the U.S. Supreme Court that contemplate for income tax purposes and other things that one state can tax the resident of another state in the absence of an act of Congress. And so there is I think, a serious risk with this law that it would be challenged on federal constitutional grounds. And as Representative Ulrich was pointing out, could be subject to a supremacy clause argument that basically the federal constitution supplants anything that is in our state constitution in this arena. And so therefore the effect of our state constitutional provision doesn't work in the way that this bill would be designed to have it work. The other complicating factor from my perspective is the interplay with our laws and the laws of other states, because what we would be doing is we'd be saying our constitution authorizes the state of New Hampshire to pass a state statute that exempts New Hampshire residents from complying with other states' laws. Other states, I'm guessing, would take the position that their laws, which flow from their constitution, allow them to tax residents of other states who are doing business in their states. And that creates a constitutional conflict between one state and another state. I have no idea how that constitutional conflict would shake out. We've done some research into it. It hasn't really come up in a way that gives me any confidence that if our law was challenged on those grounds, basically under either the full faith or credit clause of the U.S. Constitution or what's called the dormant commerce clause, the negative commerce clause of the federal Constitution, whether we would be able to persuade a court and ultimately the U.S. Supreme Court that our law should trump the law of another state. I mean, they would both be affecting. Our law would be affecting businesses in another state that we're trying to collect from our residents. Their law would be affecting residents of our state who are doing business in the state, and there's no clear answer to that question. And so those are serious constitutional questions. And as someone who does a fair amount of constitutional law, they're extremely interesting academically. I think, our job at our office is to defend the laws that the general court passes and the governor signs. And I think there would be good faith arguments at first blush to defend this law, but it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that we would prevail in that sort of defense. And I just want to flag that it would be a complicated kind of uncharted question. The practical concern that flows from that, and I raised this to the committee in written testimony last year when a similar bill was before the committee. I wasn't able to come. I think I was out with a sick kid, but did put it into writing, is where that leaves New Hampshire taxpayers in the interim. Because New Hampshire taxpayers would have a law that appears to assure them that they don't have to comply with other states' taxing regimes, but there would be a serious question whether they in fact had to do so as a matter of federal constitutional law. And that creates, I think, a practical risk for businesses, whether they're going to have to be subject to other states' laws, notwithstanding our law, and creates a lot of uncertainty for businesses, which I know folks in the business community tell me anytime I interact with them, uncertainty is not helpful for kind of promoting business within the state. And at a minimum, I think that creates confusion and uncertainty. What it also will do, and we've seen this in terms of businesses that have contacted us after Wayfair and in conjunction with Chapter 78E, is it's going to drive up potentially compliance costs for businesses. We at the Department of Justice are unable, and it's not unique to this regime, to provide either tax advice or legal advice to private parties. And we wouldn't be able to take a definitive position on this anyway. And so businesses would be, we would recommend they hire accountants, they hire attorneys, and there are obviously significant costs associated with that. And so those are really the practical concerns that flow out of the uncertain constitutional ground here that, that I wanted to express to the committee. It's not to one way or the other on whether this law is a good idea as a matter of policy, but I do think there are serious constitutional questions it would generate and potential downstream effects for businesses, at least until those questions were resolved. I welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you. Representative Almy.
Thank you. You know that this has been going on for quite a long time and that the large majority of states are on the other side of this issue. And there is only one on this side of this issue. But we did put in a law, which I think you're in charge of complaints to the department about on what they consider to be violations of their sovereignty. Most of the businesses, the biggest businesses had already, before we did that, started paying because it was cheaper than going through a legal system, and the legal system, the national one. But on how, I forget how many years ago it was you were last year, 4 or?
I believe so. I believe that it was SB 242 passed, I think, in 2019. It was passed after I joined the office, and
Yeah.
it's now RSA Chapter 78E.
Right. And at the time, you had gotten very few complaints from businesses that they didn't want to have to obey this. And you'd resolved them together, I believe. But have there been a lot more complaints since?
There haven't, Representative Almy. So the statute you're referring to is RSA Chapter 78E. It does a number of different things, but one of the things that it did is it provided an avenue for businesses that were receiving outreach or collection efforts from foreign taxing jurisdictions to contact our office, to bring that to our office's attention, to share that information confidentially, not subject to 91A. So I can't go into the specifics of outreach that we've received. What I can say is it's still a relatively small number. A lot of the initial outreach and some of the more recent outreach continues to be, we don't know how to comply, and whether we need to, what do we do? And those are obviously hard conversations because it's usually, we need to advise you to talk to your own tax authority or your own attorney. We have received a small number, and what I can do, if it would be helpful, is supply this committee with our annual report. We issue an annual report every November, and I believe it probably went to the prior chair. It was November 1st. And so what I can do is I can certainly send that along after this hearing today. But what that report details is there have been a very small number of outreach from businesses reflecting what appear to be bona fide collection efforts. And we continue to look into them. I probably can't say any more specifically than that. We have not found an instance so far of either fraudulent efforts to collect taxes or efforts to collect taxes that are clearly don't comply with federal law or with state law. What I will say too is I think you're right, and at least anecdotally, that most businesses that had the volume of transactions that would have subjected themselves to foreign taxing collection efforts have come into compliance or have made efforts to do so. They've hired accounting firms or law firms. Not ideal, I know, for those businesses, but ultimately kind of in the uncertain ground that we're in, I think has driven down the number. And then the only other thing I'd add, and I don't really have a great explanation for this, I only really have a few hypotheses, is that it doesn't appear that we've had that many states making concerted efforts to collect taxes from our businesses. And it may well be that there aren't that many New Hampshire businesses that are doing enough business in different states that they're really hitting those $100,000 thresholds. It may well be that passing Chapter 78E kind of let states know we're taking a close look at this, and New Hampshire didn't become a target for that reason. It may well be, and this may be tooting our own horn a little bit too much, but when we brought the original action in the U.S. Supreme Court against Massachusetts during the pandemic with respect to income tax, that got a lot of press. It got a lot of press in both kind of nationally and in legal journals, and it may well be that states are aware that if they run afoul of what we think the constitutional laws, we're prepared to ask a court to look at it. But I don't know. That's all speculative. All I can say is that the number is still relatively low, and we look into the ones that appear to be bona fide collection efforts.
Representative Ilary.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. Appreciate your commentary thus far. You brought up the income tax, and that was my question. Massachusetts is able to apply income tax to New Hampshire residents who are working in, because if I understand it correctly, IRS rules or perhaps law say that income tax is collected where the work is done. And that was the argument that New Hampshire made regarding the work being done in New Hampshire, not in Boston. Is that correct?
Correct, with a little wrinkle, but I don't have to add it if you don't need it.
Follow up on that. Follow up. So that would be the core. There was an existing law. Currently, you're saying that there is no existing law. Should therefore the effort be not on New Hampshire law, but on New Hampshire Congress critters?
I don't want to weigh in on what I think would be kind of a wise effort from a policy standpoint. What I will say is that Congress, I think in every term for as long as I've been in this role, so for going on 6 years now, has considered versions of bills that that would have kind of unified this. It's certainly within Congress's authority. And for one reason or another, they didn't gain traction. But that it's not something that I think is lost on Congress, including New Hampshire's congressional delegation, at least 4 or 5 years ago when I was interacting with them more directly right after the Wayfair decision. And so if there were folks who were concerned, I do think that Congress is the clearest way to simplify this. That the Supreme Court noted that in Wayfair, and it continues to be the clearest way to create uniformity across the country would be through congressional action. And I don't think there's any real legal dispute that Congress can do that as a matter of commerce.
Thank you very much for that statement.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
That is all the pink cards I have for HB 135. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on it? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 135. What? Okay, the time being 10:47, I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 155 and invite up Representative Joe Sweeney.
Good morning, Chairman Janigian and members of the House Ways and Means Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Sweeney. I proudly represent Rockingham District 25, which is the town of Salem. Today, I am here to introduce and strongly advocate for House Bill 155, a measure that reduces the business enterprise tax, BET, rate from 0.55% to 0.50% for taxable periods ending on or after December 31st, 2026. Effective date would be this July 1st, 2025. New Hampshire's strong economy and our pro-business reputation are the results of forward-thinking, pro-growth policies like this one. We know that when we lower taxes, we allow businesses to keep more of their hard-earned money, which fuels investment, job creation, and innovation. House Bill 155 continues that tradition by delivering meaningful tax relief to the businesses that drive our economy and provide jobs for Granite Staters. Let me be clear. This is not just about cutting taxes, it's about creating opportunity. By reducing the BET rate, we are empowering businesses, both large and small, to expand, hire, and invest in their communities. Whether it's a local family-run shop or a larger enterprise employing hundreds, this reduction ensures that every business in New Hampshire has the resources they need to grow and succeed. Economic activity is not a zero-sum game. When businesses thrive, the ripple effects are felt far and wide. Employees benefit from better wages and more job opportunities, local economies are invigorated, and our tax base grows naturally, ensuring that the state has the resources it needs without burdening taxpayers. This is the virtuous cycle of growth that we know tax cuts unleash. Critics may raise concerns about the impact on revenue, but the evidence is clear. Lower taxes lead to stronger economic growth. New Hampshire has proven time and time again that reducing tax burdens fosters the type of dynamic, vibrant economy that benefits everyone. Furthermore, the Department of Revenue's administration's projections, while showing a modest reduction in BET revenue, do not fully account for the increased economic activity corresponding revenue from other sources that we expect because of this policy, and it really doesn't factor in the BPT offset that this policy would still have in place. As stewards of New Hampshire's future, it is our duty to embrace policies that position our state as the premier destination for businesses, workers, and families. House Bill 155 is a deliberate step in that direction, signaling to job creators that New Hampshire is committed to their success and open for business. The message we send today is simple. We believe in the power of businesses to drive prosperity, and we trust the people of New Hampshire to spend, invest, and innovate better than government ever could. I urge you to support House Bill 155 and help ensure that New Hampshire's economy remains a model of growth, opportunity, and fiscal responsibility. And speaking for myself as a member of the Finance Committee, I certainly know that any tax reductions that are made in this committee will be felt and responsible when we deal with the state budget. But I know that we will be able to absorb such a cut that this one represents. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Back in 2000, or no, it was before, it was in the 1990s, I believe, the, on the later to be governor for one term, Craig Benson, started a lawsuit against New Hampshire because we had put in a business profits tax and it was being paid almost entirely by the wealthiest places. That is how the BET came to exist, was that Governor Merrill decided that it was that we had to solve this lawsuit by putting in something that would be on all businesses above a certain threshold. And we've maintained the inflation effects on that threshold ever since, which do help the smaller businesses to stay and grow. Why would this not trigger, could this not trigger yet another of those lawsuits?
Thank you for the question. I believe the initial rate of the BET when it was introduced in the 90s was 0.125%, if I'm not mistaken. It has grown exponentially from that point to 0.55 today. This is a very modest reduction to just 0.50. Which is still well above what it was when it was introduced to an answer to that lawsuit. I'd be happy to sponsor legislation with you, Representative, to bring it back down to 0.125%, which was the original rate for it. But this bill is a simply modest reduction that I don't think brings us in any trajectory or danger of triggering lawsuits.
If I could, it was
Follow-up?
0.25.
0.25?
Your party increased it to 0.5
Is there a,
and then
let's say-
0.75, I think it was. We are now in a time when our revenues are decreasing rather than increasing. And I'm wondering what you think we ought to be getting rid of in order to do this.
Thank you for the question. I think there's a number of areas in state government that the House Finance Committee is looking at making reductions at, and I also commend the governor for her commission on government efficiency that is also examining a number of ways in which the state government can become more efficient and save taxpayer dollars. So I think there's a lot of potential answers to that question as to where we can find the $22 million a year that the analysis says this would free up in taxation. But we also know that since 2015, we've cut taxes significantly in New Hampshire, and we've seen revenues grow year after year after year. So I'm confident that any further tax reductions that we're able to pursue in the long run will lead to more economic growth and a stronger tax base over time.
Follow-up?
Are you aware that all of the growth that we've been seeing has been floating on a sea of Republican and then Democratic federal stimulus packages.
I think I disagree with that assessment of what's fueling the growth. And I think it's the growth in businesses in New Hampshire that's particularly leading to increased revenues for the business profits tax and the BET.
Representative Ors, I'm sorry, Representative,
What's his name?
Representative Ullery, followed by Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The guy over here.
That too.
Yeah. I was just looking at the Policy Institute's or Fiscal Policy Institute's analysis of the business enterprise tax, which shows some 23% reduction in revenues with a concomitant increase in profits, and the two offset each other. And my understanding of the BET is that that's a tax on hiring people. So are you suggesting that by reducing this by 0.05%, we're reducing the cost of hiring people, which would then stimulate businesses to hire people when there is a monetary crush on the business? Have I gotten your argument?
I think that sums it up well, Representative. Thank you.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Joe, my hero. Question for you is, I saw a presentation put on by the AFP and a gentleman from Josiah Bartlett. I wish there was somebody here from AFP that could maybe answer it. Oh, wait, there is somebody here. That's right. I do see him now sitting back there. But in that presentation, what I saw is data from New Hampshire showing that as we've cut the tax rate, we've grown the revenue, especially to the general fund and to the education trust fund, from 25% to 39%. Are you aware of that?
I am, Representative.
And could you speak to as to why that's happened, maybe?
I think especially, thank you for the question. I think we're in a special spot of the country where we're a state that's leading forward on more economic freedom and lowering taxes, while neighboring states are going on the opposite direction, the opposite path, where they're introducing new taxes, they're taxing millionaires out. And I think all of that sort of our ability to be that sort of economic freedom island in the Northeast has really driven a lot of our private sector growth that is fueling increased tax revenues. So when we can reduce taxes, we can grow revenues at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You talk about lowering taxes. One of the things that we can pick and choose is how we define things. It's true that it may be true that state taxes are diminishing, but I can assure you that in Nashua, which is the city I represent, or one piece of it, property taxes have been going up pretty consistently. What happens is that the state downshifts costs to people who are paying property taxes. I hear this from my colleagues around the state, and I wonder how the fact that property taxes are growing pretty consistently meshes with your statement about taxes lowering.
Thank you for the question. I would simply state that low taxes are the result of low spending when it comes to the local level. And we have to have conversations with our city councils, our town councils, our school boards as to what we're budgeting for, what we're spending locally. I serve on the Salem Town Council. I know we examine every dime that we can in Salem to keep property taxes reasonable for residents. So it is a conversation on property taxes that largely is dictated by local school boards, local town councils, selectmen, and the voters who vote for budgets and warrant articles that may drive their taxes up. But at the end of the day, low taxes would be the result of low spending at the local level.
All right, so may I follow up?
Follow up.
So I want to clarify that the fact that your interpretation is, despite the state providing less revenue to the localities, the problem is that localities who are trying to maintain services are the problem because we're raising property taxes so that we can fund the services that the state needs to be. Is that true?
I don't know if that's true because you use the word need, and I think it's always a choice at the local level as to whether they're going to increase taxes or they're going to cut spending. So it's that conversation that has to take place locally as to what they want their government to look like, what they want their tax rate to look like. And that's all up to local control and local elected officials and local voters who are supporting those policies and that spending.
One more?
One more follow-up and then one more question from
So,
Representative Opal.
thank you, Mr. Chair. The fact that the state is not supporting public education, we are the lowest state support per pupil for public education in the entire country, not something I'm proud of. And the fact that my city, Nashua, has had to pay $100 million to cover costs for retirement benefits for first responders that the state had committed to and reneged on, apparently is a problem with Nashua not doing its job at managing its economics. Is that true?
I would say all of that spending you've just referenced were decided locally to pursue that spending levels. The local governments can always look to reduce spending if they want to get tax relief.
Tell that to our first responders.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I wanted to look back at a presentation we had from the Josiah Bartlett Center, which I found pretty interesting. I particularly found there were 12 slides that were presented. In presenting these slides, Mr. Klein was talking about economic freedom and how New Hampshire was rated highly on economic freedom. And in one chart, it showed that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was clearly not rated so highly. I think the organization that was presenting that had a particular political bent, but I'll leave that aside. In the very next slide, I was struck by the fact that New Hampshire was second in terms of growth of GDP between 2000 and 2023. Would you care to guess who was first?
Having not seen the presentation, I'm not going to make an attempt to guess at the answer.
It was the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. According to the slide presented by Mr. Klein, New Hampshire's GDP growth over that 23-year period was 54, while the Commonwealth of Massachusetts was 61.
Over 23 years?
Over those 23 years, correct.
I guess I would answer it as we've had a decent 8 years for New Hampshire in the last 8 years, and we're continuing to grow on those past 8 years. That would be my answer.
Follow up? One last follow-up.
One last follow-up.
I don't know of any significant policy changes in either the Commonwealth or, frankly, the state of New Hampshire, even in those 23 years, but perhaps you do.
Taxes.
No, I'm not. We still have 3 more pink cards, and we're getting to a point where we need to hear from them. And I would just remind members that questions about the bill are fine. We should avoid how we feel about the policy. Thank you, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next. Okay. Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. I'm Janine Nodder. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. In 2022, I sponsored a bill to cut the BPT and BET, and this committee amended the bill to just cut the BPT by a modest amount. The sponsor of this bill did an exceptional job introducing the bill, speaking to it, and answering questions. So I have nothing to add or answer. I just wanted to be on record to support the bill, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Greg Moore.
I love the comfy seat. Thanks for the upgrade. Hello, my name is Greg Moore. I am a regional director with Americans for Prosperity, and I want to thank the committee for hearing from me today. We are coming here in support of House Bill 155. Americans for Prosperity began the efforts in 2014 to really highlight New Hampshire's uncompetitively high business tax rates. At the time, according to the Tax Foundation, we were 48th nationally. We actually had our corporate tax rate is half a point higher than Massachusetts, which is not a distinction any of us, I think, would carry as a badge of honor. And subsequent to that, there's been 5 rounds of relief for the business profits tax and 4 rounds of relief to the business enterprise tax. As Representative Notter pointed out, she brought in legislation 3 years ago to reduce both the BPT and the BET. This committee chose the BPT. At the time, I encouraged the committee to focus on the BET as it impacts local small businesses more directly than the BPT. The committee made a different choice, and you don't get to win everyone. So I would encourage you to really focus on the BET. I don't want to be duplicative of the sponsors. The sponsor, I will say in regards to the question he received relative to local spending, New Hampshire is sending a record amount of money to local governments, record amounts both in direct cash payments as well as in education funding. What has changed in the last few years, and I say this because with Americans for Prosperity, I actually oversee the work of 16 states, and we're seeing this across the country, is that the impact of the disappearance of federal money has made a major impact on a lot of local governments. And a lot of local governments did what happens when a rush of new money comes in. They spend up to the new money, and when that money disappears, it has to be made up by local tax dollars. So I will say that it's a byproduct of a lot of disappearing money. That is a fair statement, but it's not state money. The state has been sending a record amount of money to local governments and has been for the last few years. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Questions? Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We've had testimony or presentations by a variety of groups about finances, one of which was the BIA, the Business and Industries Association. If the reduction of taxes was a critical priority for them, can you help me to understand why they are telling us that their priorities are increased housing and childcare opportunities? They are not asking us for a reduction in taxes, and I'd just like to hear what your thoughts are on that.
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. There'll be a speaker after me who speaks for the National Federation of Independent Business, so I think we'll get a very different perspective from small business than from the larger businesses represented by the BIA. Small business obviously is uniquely impacted by the BET versus the BPT. And I will say that there's no question that there are other challenges facing the state of New Hampshire. Housing is an enormous priority, and we at AFP are putting a large focus on that. In fact, after I leave this committee, I'm going to go to a luncheon we're hosting with the head of the National Association of Home Builders to highlight that very issue. So 2 things can be true. I don't live in a world where just because one thing is a priority for one group, then therefore other things are not a priority or that they will be opposed. I haven't seen any opposition from the BIA to this legislation.
Thank you.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you. Just for my math a little bit, I think you are correct that New Hampshire is currently contributing the most to public education than it ever has. I've been here 10 years, so I think that is correct. Would you also agree, though, that our percent contribution is the lowest in the United States and is way off from some of the other neighboring New England states?
I will say that it is lower than the other New England states. I could not say definitively if it's the lowest. I know that a number of the other New England states use other direct taxes like sales taxes to directly fund education. So since we don't have a sales or an income tax, it would be hard for us to utilize those vehicles because they don't exist. Thank you for the question.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have John Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 155 today. My name is John Reynolds. I'm the state director for the National Federation of Independent Business in New Hampshire. We represent over 1,700 small businesses across the state in every industry, every sector. Our members are typically very small, and our mission is to promote and protect their right to own, operate, and grow their business. I want to say when I traveled around the state last fall and this winter talking to our members, the number one thing I heard from them is business taxes, right? They have a lot of different problems and challenges right now, from trying to find qualified workers, trying to pay them more, making repairs, buying equipment, you name it. But the number one thing, the first thing out of their mouth almost universally was the tax burden. And then that shows up, in our surveys as well. And one thing I want to harken back to, right, is over the last 5 years, small businesses in this state, across the country, have faced almost unprecedented challenges, at least in the last 40, 50 years. And while the start of the pandemic kind of seems like it's getting to be, well in the rearview mirror, the reality for a lot of our members, we survey them regularly. We ask them questions about their economic health and the state of the small business economy. During the pandemic, we regularly survey them on some unique questions, and one of them was, how is COVID affecting your sales? And it, reported back like you would expect in the first year or two, which are that, half to 3/4 of small businesses reported significant declines in their sales. But I think what people don't necessarily realize is that lingered on for a long time. The last edition of that survey was in January of 2023. And at that point, still 1/3 of small businesses were reporting that their sales were down 25% or more compared to pre-pandemic levels. So digging out of that hole has looked a lot different for a lot of our members, a lot of small businesses than other people. Which is why we support a reduction in the BET, which, to Representative Ullery's point, would allow them to hopefully keep up, put a little bit more money back in the business pocket to keep up with hiring, to pay their employees a little bit more, to hopefully retain them and attract new ones, to make repairs, to buy new equipment and invest back in their business, and hopefully grow here, or allow more businesses to start here and continue to grow New Hampshire's economy. So we're happy to support House Bill 155. Thank Representative Sweeney for sponsoring it, and I appreciate, again, the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I have two questions, if I could. One of them is, Washington defines small businesses as anything under 500 workers. That is a large business for New Hampshire. And I'm wondering what your membership actually consists of within the New Hampshire version of what small businesses are.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Almy and Mr. Chair. 80% of our members have fewer than 20 employees. So when I say small, I mean very small. Talking hardware stores, small machine shops, auto repair stores, small grocery stores, maybe a few general stores. The U.S. Small Business Administration does define small business across the board generally as under 500, and then they have industry-specific categories that range from 100 to 1,500 employees, depending on what industry it is. Because when you get into some specialized manufacturing, right, you could have 1,000 employees and be relatively small compared to Apple.
If I
Follow-up?
could have a follow-up. Thank you for that. I've been wondering for a long time. The other question is about whether you've had a conversation with those people about which taxes are their problem. Because there's quite a lot of people, a lot of them are paying more business than property taxes than they are any other tax. And are they talking mostly about property taxes, or which are growing because we are sending services back down to the towns? to pay for? Or are they talking about our business enterprise tax?
Yeah, Representative Almy, thank you for that question. That's something I would like to dig into deeper with our members and ask them specifically which burden is the worst. The most common answer I get anecdotally is all of them. And any reduction, any relief, whether it comes from property taxes or the statewide BET, BPT, and others, is very welcome. And that one other thing I did want to note too, at the end of this year, a really important federal deduction, the federal small business deduction, which allows small business owners to deduct 20% of qualified business expenses, expires at the federal level. And if that goes away, I mean, that's going to have a really detrimental impact on small businesses in New Hampshire. I hope it doesn't. We have a team in Washington that works very hard on that. I'm glad not to be here. I'm very glad to be here. But certainly a reduction in the BET would help offset the loss of that federal deduction.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So you may have touched on it, but you said that the small businesses were really hurting due to the COVID. Where are they at presently? Have they recovered, or how far behind are they?
Yeah, thank you, Representative, for the question. We stopped that specific pandemic era survey in January, 2 years ago this month. So I don't have continuation of that where their sales are, but I just thought it was striking that even 3 years into the pandemic, that sales were still significantly below pre-pandemic levels for 1 in 3 small businesses. What I would say, right, is what I see in our current data. We have 300,000 members around the country, so we survey them regularly every month, kind of on the health of their businesses. And what they continue to report are problems are wouldn't be a surprise, right? Inflation is still one of the top problems, depending on what you do, what line of business you're in. Supply chain issues still might be a problem for you, and then the cost of labor and also availability of workers, right, are just chronic problems that the pandemic exacerbated.
Thank you.
That are still problems.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Have you seen, I think it's from the DRA, the chart that shows where the tax reductions actually go when we lower the taxes? Because it's kind of an upside down triangle, and the top, the big money, is going to large. Okay, good. So depending where you draw your line about what's a small business, you can see on that chart that whatever we've done in the past 10 years, most of the reductions have gone to multinational corporations, large businesses in New Hampshire, and so on. And we get that report from them every 2 years when we do the budget. So I just wanted, certainly I'm a strong supporter of the small businesses, but if I look back, I've been here 10 years, most of the reductions have not gone to them. Go ahead. That's sort of a mix of a question.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was waiting
But
for
I'm
the
glad
question
you
mark.
have that in front of you.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great chart. Thank you, Representative Southworth, for the comment. I have not seen a distribution of kind of by tax burden
By
or
brackets,
yeah, I have not seen a distribution of how this
They
will
have
work
a
out.
nice
Yeah,
design of it.
but I can you can pretty easily do a back of the math calculation and figure out that
Yeah,
if you
I
have
just
10
think that would be helpful information.
yeah, but I would say for 10, 15, employee businesses, right? Whether this saves them a few $100 or a few $1,000, right? That's meaningful. So, I'm not going to knock. It's meaningful to
All
our
right,
members.
thank you. One last question from Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of a request type of question. Following up on Representative Ors, I was struck by the fact that you had stopped that survey in 2023, which was sort of the end of the worst of the pandemic. And now I would ask if you can do it again, because I'm wondering whether the responses might be significantly different. Thank you.
Happy to. We are I like to think of it as a lean but mighty organization, but still lean. So we kind of have to shift our resources around and sort of our data research team is pretty small, but I will look and see what we have and see if we can kind of figure out sort of a line of where sales are and where overall business health is. But as I mentioned to Representative Ors, it's the concerns you all know about.
Thank you very much. Okay, last I have a card from, pin card from DRA if people have questions of DRA. Does anyone have questions for DRA? Okay, seeing none, we will not call DRA up. And I will close the public hearing on HB 155. Okay, next I will open the public hearing on HB 502. And do we have a pink card? Representative Opal will start us off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. We had a little bit of a audible this morning, so I'm going to speak off notes rather than a prepared. I'm speaking as the co-sponsor with Representative Schamberg of House Bill 502. The idea behind this bill is very simple. New Hampshire faces a fiscal crisis. We all know that. We've all heard it. And a big part of that fiscal crisis is the impact on our property taxpayers. I had the opportunity, as I'm sure all of you did, of going around and talking to my constituents or those that I hoped would be my constituents back last fall. And the number one issue that I heard from them, businesses and individuals alike, was property taxes. Now, it's easy to say, well, it's a spending issue. You know, they just need to vote differently. But the fact of the matter is, we have a long tradition of democratic decision-making in this state that is actually fairly unique. And I take some issue with people who suggest that voters in a community who make a decision are somehow wrong. Those voters are doing their best to provide resources that this state has not been providing. And that's not just my opinion, that's the opinion of several court decisions over the last 20 years. That's issue one. Issue two is the fact that New Hampshire businesses are not competing on a level playing field with multinational corporations, particularly foreign corporations, who continue to have the ability to profit shift. And there are those who will say, well, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017 solved this problem. It didn't. Study after study has shown that corporations, multinational corporations, continue to use property or profit shifting to lower or in some cases evade taxation. That's not a level playing field. If I have a New Hampshire business, I'm paying my full liability, tax liability. It's a fairly simple process to say, shouldn't everybody, based on their activity here in New Hampshire? What this bill would do is called complete corporate reporting. And it is true that no state at this moment uses complete corporate reporting alone. But 11 states do offer it as an option. And the state of Alaska requires oil companies to use complete corporate reporting to apportion their taxes owed to the state of Alaska. So this is not a unique concept. In fact, in the 1980s, a number of states, including the state of New Hampshire, had what was then called worldwide combined reporting. It is the same idea as complete reporting. And we, in fact, require companies who do business in New Hampshire to provide us their combined reporting for their activity domestically. The only thing we say is we're not going to take a look beyond the water's edge. And that enables companies to continue to do what some call euphemistically transfer pricing, what we all know as profit shifting, to low tax or no tax jurisdictions like Ireland or the Cayman Islands. There was a study done by the Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy in 2019 that said this was a $17 billion problem for the country and $177 million loss of income for the state of New Hampshire. I don't know of any study more recent than that, but I do know that study exists, and there are a lot of anecdotal and theoretical discussions about what this would do, whether it would produce more revenue or not. I'm sure there would be winners and losers, as DRA said. But the fact of the matter is there is at least one documented study that suggests this would produce significant income for the state of New Hampshire without imposing a new tax, simply by requiring everyone to play by the same rules. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to try and answer any questions. I'm not an accountant, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know what's fair.
Thank you. Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You say that they're shifting, these corporations, larger multinationals are shifting profits to foreign countries because of tax purposes. What is the federal government doing about that? Because I would think they're trying to, these corporations are doing that because they don't want to pay federal taxes, not necessarily the state of New Hampshire, correct?
That is correct. There have been, at the federal level, there have been several efforts. The Tax Cut and Jobs Act included provisions that were trying to claw back primarily jobs and companies that had moved overseas. There's also something called GILTI, which I forget exactly what the acronym stands for, but an effort to tax some of this profit shifting. But there are several studies that have shown that it has not done what it hoped to do in terms of ending the profit shifting and allowing or making sure that companies were paying their fair share. I know there are several states, state of Oregon, state of Minnesota almost passed this. The state of Maine and the state of Vermont and the state of Rhode Island all looked at it. And I would say that, for example, the state of Minnesota, it passed one chamber of their legislature and was about to pass another, and there was significant lobbying activity, and somehow it failed. So there have been efforts at both both the federal and many state levels to change this.
Representative Ulrey.
Thank you for taking my question. You also testified at the commission hearing that was chaired by Mr. Attorney Spilsbury, formerly of this committee. I appreciate that. And I'll ask a similar question that I asked at that time. Why does New Hampshire care about a company that's in New Hampshire and hires people about a shipbuilding operation that is within the same corporation 6,000 miles away that our DRA would have to receive a report on and evaluate to determine? It seems to me that this particular bill, while being fair, would place an unfair burden on large corporations to do an increasing amount of work in making New Hampshire less popular place for large multinationals to come and spend their money.
Well, Representative Ulrey, thank you for your question. A couple things. First of all, I would suggest that the argument that this is going to place an unfair burden in terms of reporting requirements on large companies if companies aren't already collecting this data, then my suspicion is it's either really egregiously poor oversight on the part of the company and its leadership, and that company is probably not long for business if they're not already understanding what their global, what the scope of their operations are. It's also true that in many other jurisdictions, including the European Union, for example, these kinds of reports are required. So companies are already gathering this data. Now, to the first part of your question, why would we care? I think we would care because whether it's tax policy or any other issue that deals with fundamentally the rule of law, ultimately what holds that up is an understanding on the part of all citizens that it will be applied equally and fairly. And if I have a New Hampshire business and I'm being taxed at a certain rate on all of my sales, then it seems to me eroding potentially of my confidence in that system if I'm allowing a multinational corporation to use what are now perfectly legal, I will admit, but I think unfair accounting techniques to transfer profits from sales in New Hampshire to a lower tax jurisdiction. Let me give you one example. The pharmaceutical industry is sort of famous for this, where a drug will be developed, let's say, and I'm going to use Ozempic not because I want to attack that drug or that company, but it's a drug we're all familiar with. We see a lot of TV advertising. If pharmaceutical company X develops Ozempic and achieves $100 million in sales in the US, that company's headquarters in the Cayman Islands then charges the US affiliate a licensing fee to sell Ozempic. And that licensing fee, even though the company has no employees or few employees in the Cayman Islands, and they had nothing to do with developing or marketing the drug, that licensing fee then sucks a substantial portion of the profit. And suddenly all those $100 million in sales become significantly less when it comes time for our DRA or any other state taxing authority or the federal government to consider their liability.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rep, for taking my question. So I've read through this. I have to admit, I can't seem to get my head around it. And being a controller, a vice president of finance, someone who's done taxes across state lines, I find this extremely difficult to follow. But my first question is, I couldn't understand, you're talking about leveling the playing field and a complete corporate reporting and so on. What is complete corporate reporting? I mean, it sounds like you're asking to change the tax code. I mean, do you know how many millions of pages the tax code is already? I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with this, other than that you're trying to increase taxes on businesses, which could drive them out of New Hampshire. So what is the goal here? There's so much going on here. I mean, can you give me in like 5 bullet points what you're trying to do?
I will certainly try, Representative. Thank you for the question. The goal is very simple. If you're a company doing business in New Hampshire and you're also doing business around the world, all this asks is that you provide the data that says, okay, we had, 100 million in sales globally, and our sales in New Hampshire were, I can't do the math in my head, but let's say it's $1 million, right? So that's 1% of my global sales. Okay. So that would be based on your tax liability would be based on that calculation, 1% of your global sales, as opposed to being enabled through accounting techniques to take that $1 million in profit and shift it elsewhere. And we don't look beyond the water's edge currently. And so, it's a different calculation. If we can't compare the totality, the complete report of your operations, this change would have no effect on any businesses that are not multinational corporations. And while I'm sure I enjoy purchasing from multinational corporations like Amazon, I'm not going to feel sorry for them having to add another accountant and lawyer or two. And as I say, I think most of this information, if not all of it, they're already collecting. They're just not sharing it with DRA.
Follow
Follow?
So last year, I believe Representative Schamberg had a bill dealing with water's edge and taxing. And again, it was so complicated, I couldn't get my head around it. And I've already mentioned my background. I spoke with a gentleman, a representative, used to be on Ways and Means. I wish he was here. Spilsbury, I think his last name is. And yeah, I saw you back there. But, he tried to explain it to me. And I think he's a pretty sharp guy for a Republican. And, I still couldn't understand it. I mean, this sounds to me like, we're already generating, these businesses are already generating tax reports. Why can you not get the information from their tax reporting, which is quite substantial, having been in this arena?
Because under current law, we're essentially prohibited from looking beyond the water's edge. So any activity by a multinational corporation that takes place, and water's edge, I guess, is sort of a euphemism because it includes any international, including Canada or Mexico. That can't be considered. So we don't have the information and we can't get the information. That's as simple. And again, I will say that I think the issue here, and I highly respect Representative Spilsbury, and we had several conversations about this. We don't agree. I think we've agreed to disagree. But the fact of the matter is, it is not that complicated when you look at it at its heart. All we're asking for is companies to provide 100% of the information of their activities so that they can pay their full tax liability to the state of New Hampshire, just like every New Hampshire business has to do. So that's the level of playing field. Your business, if you're doing business in New Hampshire, you pay your taxes. If you're a multinational, you have means of lowering that tax bill. And again, it is currently legal, but I don't think that makes it right.
Right, yeah, I think it is. You're right, it is legal. And I think
excuse me.
a follow-up. I just want to make one comment. Is I think the solution is we need to change the tax code if that's what you want to do. But I'm glad we cannot see past the water's edge. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question, and then I know Representative Spilsbury is here, and he's also in a committee meeting. So, yes, Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this question, Representative Opel. Looking at the bill itself, it became more complicated when I was asked to add some additional issues into the bill by outside sources. And I was...
excuse me, you'll have to suspend. You are on the bill. You should not be asking questions.
I can't ask any question now.
Oh, sorry about that.
I was going to ask about an amendment, but I'll leave that till later.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just one last point. What I failed to mention is it is the intention of Representative Schamberg and myself, if given the opportunity, we got this last draft fairly late, and there was additional information or additional issues that were added regarding the statewide property tax and issues related to the statewide property tax that Representative Ames, I believe, introduced last year. He has now, I found out yesterday that he has now reintroduced that bill separately. And so there are provisions of this bill that we would seek to amend and strike. And his bill is being heard by another committee later this week, is my understanding. So it's probably more appropriate for those issues to be dealt with separately and removed from 502 so that we can focus on the issue of complete reporting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next I've got Representative Spilsbury. I saw him filling out a pink card. And the only other pink card I have is DRA, which we'll invite them if there's further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Ways and Means Committee. I've been missing you. This topic certainly brings me back to the last two terms. I would strongly ask you to ITL this bill. I did notice it was more complex, and I'm going to confine what I'm going to address simply to the worldwide combined reporting. We don't do commissions on very many of our topics. 2 terms ago, we were asked to pass a bill to create a commission, and a commission meaning both members of the Senate and the House, as well as a variety of outside interests, and give this a thorough study. And I was appointed to that, and by happenstance found myself as chairman, which I didn't anticipate, but it certainly forced me to take a deep dive. And I just want to ask the chairman, please, to circulate the commission's report. And I want to ask each of you to please take the time to read. The majority report is 16 pages long. It will give you the most comprehensive review of the topic I think that you can find anywhere. And if you really want to go further, the report includes a very extensive several-page bibliography. I don't imagine that there are many of you who want that, but it's there. I've had many compliments from people involved in tax conferences and other states for the comprehensive clarity of that report. And I would suggest to you that I went out of my way as chairman of that to make sure that it touched every single issue that surfaced, regardless of whether it was in favor or in opposition. They're spelled out what each of the people who testified, including Mr. Opal, is laid out. And it's not a transcript, but it'll give you a very, very clear idea of what was said during the various hearings and sessions we held. We basically, when we tax business income, are asked to tax what happens in New Hampshire. But we know the world is complicated, and so we have allocation formulas, apportionment formulas. Those add an enormous level of complexity to business tax law. When you take those apportionment formulas and you apply to the business activity across 50 states, that adds enormously to the complexity. And in fact, the complexity is such that we have different laws in the different states, entirely different approaches to taxing businesses. And we've recently tried to simplify that apportionment formula process in New Hampshire by going to the single sales factor. This was to simplify a ridiculously complex process. What worldwide combined reporting would do is it would blow the complexity up to an entirely different level. And for that reason, no state applies worldwide combined reporting, with the single exception that in Alaska, they apply it exclusively to the oil and gas industry. It's not that the other states haven't considered it. In fact, just in the last half dozen years, proposals similar to this have failed in Minnesota, Maine, Rhode Island, Indiana. And those those legislative activities are also addressed and links to them in our report. But most importantly, the federal government does not use worldwide combined reporting. The federal government, since the business tax was created, applies an arm's length adjustment process. It's very textured, it's multivariate, it's subjective, and it gives the IRS the tools to make adjustments for things such as royalties and licenses and intellectual property. And that's how the United States government satisfies itself that it's getting its fair share of corporate income tax. Now, the beauty of the New Hampshire business tax is that we use the federal tax return as a point of departure. And you take your adjusted or your net taxable income and you make certain limited adjustments. I don't want to go into all the rationales in the description. I want to urge you to read the report. The level of complexity that comes when you say, we need to know what happened in New Hampshire and how to tax it. And we're going to find that out by learning and inquiring about the entire worldwide operations of multinational corporations is insane. And for our state to do it when no other state does it, and when the federal government isn't doing it, means we're going to get no assistance from anybody. The DRA testified to the commission. When we asked them what would this involve, the answer was more of everything. More staff, more training, more tools, more travel budget, etc. I think that this is based on a conceptual theoretical problem. I think that the tools already available through arm's length adjustment are ample. I think that steps being taken recently in the OECD and the international environment are also addressing this. I think the fact that we tax guilty income and foreign earned dividends dramatically mitigates the problem. The problem isn't sufficient to warrant the level of complexity that the bill would require. So the commission report doesn't deny the existence of the problem or its potential, but it very much puts it into scale. This is not worth doing for New Hampshire. If I thought that there was a sufficient amount of cheating and that we really had another source of income, I would have supported it. But after all that the commission went through, I concluded that on balance, it could not be supported. And I think it's very unfortunate after that level of study and after the vote that was taken last term that it's come back. Please, ITL.
What was the vote on that commission?
The vote of the commission was 7-1, I believe. Mm-hmm.
To not do this.
7-1 opposed to the idea of worldwide combined reporting. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you again, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Elberger.
I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that at some point during our conversations last year, we got information about the effective tax rate for a local business doing a similar business to an international company and what the difference in terms of tax rate was. Do you recall that, or is this something I'm making up?
I'm not recalling the discussion, but when we say tax rates, right, 7.5%.
But in follow-up, what I'm trying to remember is, did we ascertain or come up with the notion that a local business was in effect paying more than an international corporation?
No, I don't know how you could make that calculation or how you would impute that outcome. I mean that from the standpoint of available facts in mathematics. What we know is that the net taxable income is subjected to the same rate regardless of what sort of a business or the scale and size of your business.
Okay, a follow-up.
Oh,
It sounds to me as though you're saying that the major objection to doing something like this is that it would be difficult. Is that a correct interpretation?
I think that's a fair interpretation. And I don't mean to say that it's the only reason for not doing it, but I do agree that it's the major reason for not doing it. So if you please read the report, 16 pages doesn't take that long, and I know it's a little dreary, but you are the tax committee. The complexity in accounting rules, which vary from country to country, in currencies, in languages, in regulatory regimes, in tax codes, is so great. I worked for a corporation that was in 78 countries. I just can't even imagine how that company could have squarely complied with this. So when you have something that involves as much uncertainty insofar as the potential benefit, then I think you really do need to weigh the certainty of how complex and involved it would be, not only in terms of the resources that would be required of the tax reporting entity, but also of our DRA.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's good to visit.
Good to have you here. All right, lastly but not least, I will invite DRA up. Well, actually, let me ask, do people have questions of DRA?
just one.
One, okay. Come on up, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Ramsey. I'm Tax Policy Counsel for DRA.
Thank you. And I'm looking
All right.
forward to soup because it's cold outside.
Yes, it is.
You just heard Representative Spilsbury talk about the cost to operate this. And I seem to recall that some testimony was given both in the commission and in the committee regarding that cost. What would be the administrative cost to review the entire combined reporting of even a small multinational corporation?
Thank you for the question, Representative Ullery. I did sign up to speak today because I had a couple of textual issues I wanted to bring to your attention regarding the bill, but also I wanted to be sure that you understood. DRA is not taking a position with respect to this with this bill, but we did want to be sure that you understood that there would be a cost associated with administering and implementing it. So we have taken a look at what it would take to implement the bill. We would need to develop new forms. There is a challenge with respect to Section 4 of the bill because, as Representative Spilsbury said, we currently start from a line on the federal tax return, but that line does not include all of the entities that this bill would expand to include. So that would probably no longer be the right place to start. So there's a logistical problem with that I would ask you all to give some thought to. Other than that, I think our cost would be in expanding our audit division to try to figure out how to audit these taxpayers. And we estimated for purposes of the fiscal note that would at a kind of an intermediate level of auditing would add 3 auditors to our staff. We would need to contract initially, at least, for services from professionals that had foreign language expertise and foreign tax expertise, and there would be additional travel costs. The amounts that we estimated for those costs would be in fiscal 26, an additional $1,164,000, in fiscal 27, an additional $1,263,000, and in fiscal year 28, an additional $1,320,000.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Almy.
Yes, I have a question. It was said that this already exists in the European Union, but legally, could we require this only of the United States and the European Union, and whatever other group already had a robust audit system of their own?
Thank you for the question, Representative Almy. I do think you could do this or something like this. It would simply be a question of the logistics of trying to implement it.
Thanks.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How much are you estimating would be the cost? I'm not talking about the personnel, but the cost of trying to implement this.
So the additional personnel and the costs for contracted services as well as travel costs were the numbers that I just provided earlier. In addition to that, modifying the tax forms and creating the portal, I think was something we believed we could absorb within our ordinary expenses of the agency.
And
Follow up?
I'm sorry, follow up? Is this the chart you're referring to here? It says for fiscal 2026, 1.164, $1,164,000.
Yes, it's in the fiscal note. I'm not sure if that's made it to you yet. I know it was not originally attached to the bill, and I don't know if you have the updated fiscal note that was sent to the House Clerk, but it's now in the fiscal note as well as in the fiscal note quick guide that we provided yesterday.
All right. Follow up?
Follow up?
So we're looking at a cost of, $1.5 million. Chances are that if we were to do something like this, to spend the money and the training and all of that, we'd get a whole lot more than $1.5 million. So, I mean, it just, I recognize the expense, but I'm wondering whether it might not be worth the expense for the gain.
We have not attempted to estimate the gain. I think the belief is that there would be some winners and some losers, as Representative Spilsbury said. But certainly, if you all believe that this would be a huge revenue generator, then I follow your thought process. It's just not something that we would have a way to estimate.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Elmy.
What we'd be looking at, wouldn't it be, would be, we've got this bucket of that is the entire corporation. We knew about this part of it down here. On the amount of revenue that came in from this part down here would be divided by would be a result of how much revenue they got in New Hampshire itself, divided by the rest of that bucket, piece of the bucket.
Are you speaking about the apportionment rules?
Yes.
I think what you're saying is correct with respect to apportionment, that we do look right now at a unitary group of related corporations files a single Water's Edge combined tax return, starts from the income for the whole group and then apportions the amount to New Hampshire, now based on strictly on the sales in New Hampshire versus the sales everywhere. That's what Representative Spilsbury meant.
If I could.
Sure. Follow up.
On everywhere inside the United States.
Correct.
So if we used the whole bucket, we would also be having to use the entire revenue gained from the whole bucket.
So when you say the whole bucket, are you talking about companies outside of the Water's
Outside
Edge group?
Outside the Water's Edge group, yes.
So,
So we would be again dividing what was New Hampshire's to the entire world.
Correct.
And wouldn't there be some risk there that New Hampshire, relative to the entire world, was a smaller amount of money than New Hampshire relative to the US?
I think what you're getting at, if I understand it, is the idea that there would be some winners and some losers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions for DRA? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes.
point out just really quickly
Sure.
two other small technical things about the bill?
Yes.
In section 5 of the bill, there's an authorization to DRA to engage in worldwide combined reporting tax practices. My audit team is telling me they think that that would more appropriately belong in RSA 77A2 or A6. And then also in section 6 of the bill, there's a definition of foreign dividends that is modified, but I don't believe you would need a definition of foreign dividends anymore because that would be included in foreign earnings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 502? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on HB 502. Okay, that concludes the schedule for this morning, so we will resume back at 1 p.m. Ready to ITL that one. I mean, our commission, Terry is very good. And that commission voted 7-1, and it was bipartisan to kill. So this is, we're wasting our time. Being 1:05, we'll get started here. I'll open the public hearing on HB 417. And invite Representative McFarlane to introduce the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to introduce House Bill 417, which seeks to lower the communications services tax in its first year and repeal it entirely in the second. This proposal reflects a commitment to fair taxation, administrative simplicity, and reducing unnecessary burdens on New Hampshire's residents and businesses. This testimony represents my views and, most importantly, the views and interests of my constituents in the towns of Alexandria, Bridgewater, Bristol, Canaan, Dorchester, Enfield, Grafton, Groton, Hebron, and Orange. And my testimony is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. The communication services tax today, first of all, lacks a clear purpose or incentive. It's a relic of a bygone era, enacted when telecommunications were a luxury rather than an essential utility. Communication services today are necessities for everyday life, whether for work, education, or social engagement. Unlike other taxes designed to incentivize or discourage certain behaviors, the CST serves no broader policy purpose, and it arbitrarily singles out communication services to generate revenue without aligning with a public policy goal. Second, the tax is regressive. The CST disproportionately impacts low-income residents. Communication services are essential, and low-income households spend a larger percentage of their income on these services compared to wealthier households. By increasing the cost of living for those least able to afford it, this tax exacerbates financial inequality in our state. Third, it is an administrative complexity and a burden on businesses. It is complex for the communication service providers themselves to administer. These vendors are so frustrated with the complexity of determining what is taxable and what is exempt, particularly when it comes to the exclusion that we introduced a few years ago around internet services, which are supposed to be, excluded, of course, both with our law and with federal law, that they simply tax services which shouldn't be covered, and when challenged, admit their error and continue to pay the tax anyway because they cannot get their systems right on the billing side. For smaller businesses and startups, the burden of compliance creates just one more barrier to entry, stifles competition and innovation in New Hampshire's economy. New Hampshire takes pride in its low-tax environment, particularly when it comes to these kind of taxes that are not apportioned to a particular use or to align to a particular public policy purpose. Repealing the CST reinforces our commitment to being an attractive state for residents and businesses, and in an era where remote work and digital connectivity are increasingly important, reducing the cost of communication services makes New Hampshire even more appealing to businesses and to individuals seeking to relocate. The bill before you takes a phased approach, which is a deliberate choice to balance fiscal responsibility with the need for reform. Reducing the tax in the first year allows time to evaluate and adjust for revenue impacts while giving time to transition smoothly. Full repeal in the second year provides clarity and certainty for all stakeholders. This approach ensures we can responsibly manage the budgetary implications while moving towards a fairer and more equitable tax structure. I urge the committee to recommend HB 417 for passage, and I'm happy to yield to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Representative Almy.
Thank you. I sympathize with you about communication services tax, though I do not understand how you know about the effect of the complexities on the large corporations that are paying it at this point. It seems to me that they're doing a pretty good job of hiding most of the cost that used to be in the phone tax beforehand. Could you explain how you arrived at all this knowledge?
Well, I'm happy to, and I certainly don't pretend to be as well informed about this source of revenue as I'm sure many folks on this committee are that have been on this committee for a good while. I did ask the legislative research team to get me some information, and even they were unable to turn up as much information as I might have liked. What I can tell you from my personal experience in dealing with Consolidated Communications is that in some cases they explicitly charge this tax against services which are data services that are used exclusively for internet, and the reason behind that is a conversation that I've had at length with their attorneys and with others. And I use that example not to single them out as a bad actor. I'm singling them out as an example because, to your point, they found it to be sufficiently complex and sufficiently different than the billing systems that they have off the shelf for use in other states as well, that they basically turned around to me and said, well, you know, this is a few years ago, the $460 a year that I was paying in New Hampshire Communication Services tax, we will make you whole for that by reducing our cost to you, but we're still going to render it to the state because we can't figure out how to fix it in our systems. It's absurd. And I think what you see is you see today that there are some people who are charged for internet services where, of course, they're not charged this tax because the companies know not to charge it on internet, but under the covers, those internet service providers are often having to use communications links where they are paying this tax. And it creates this hidden complexity, I think was the word I used, and I think it's a fair word to use.
Follow up?
Could I have a follow-up on this? What bothers me is that there are several bills that are trying to cut down different pieces of the revenue we've got while the revenue is being reduced naturally by the end of the federal stimuli. And wouldn't it be more logical to cut these services once we know what we can reduce the cost of government to rather than before?
So I imagine this is an answer that you hear frequently on this committee and in the finance committees. My point of view is that the way to manage a budget is twofold. First of all, you should not spend more than you bring in. And second of all, you should be prudent around what you're spending. And I am looking forward this year to us being exceptionally prudent with what we're spending. I defer to this committee to understand whether or not we can afford to remedy this concern now. But I do believe, as I said, that this revenue source, which has been trending down for a number of years, and I know it's reported in the fiscal note as currently $30 million, that was $50 million or so only a few years ago. We know that this is not going to be a continuing $30 million per annum revenue source anyway. So I think the question at hand is, do you believe this is the most appropriate way to garner the revenue that you need?
Follow up?
Thank you. But given that nobody is willing to raise a tax, I think you ought to have a conversation with your constituents about what the property tax is doing to them. Thank you.
I'm well aware of the property taxes in my towns, and I think the residents in those towns would agree with you, with me, maybe with you. I don't want to read into what you were saying. You talked about the fact that we're not talking about raising taxes. I frankly think that those residents would not wish to see their property taxes or any other taxes raised if we can help it. We should be understanding that people are having to tighten their belts at home, that they have cost of living which has increased dramatically over the last several years, and we should be doing everything in our power to cut spending.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Brody Deschaines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the committee, my name is Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit, voluntary membership organization that each municipality and city in the state of New Hampshire has voluntarily joined, and we represent their interests here in the legislature. I am testifying today because the Municipal Association is opposed to House Bill 417 as it's currently written. We are not opposed to the communications tax repeal. We have no stance on how the state raises its revenues or allocates those revenues as long as it doesn't impact the aid that municipalities get. But where the revenue comes from, we believe is completely in the purview of the state. We have no position on. Our only opposition to this bill as it's currently written is that without an update to RSA 72:8-A, the telecommunications poles and conduits under our property tax statutes, the current telecoms companies that are subjected, their line subjected to the communications tax, they are exempt from property tax. We believe that if you are to repeal the communications tax, that you need to update the property tax statutes so they can be a part of the assessed property value in a community like the electrical industry, who's subject to the utility properties tax. So we would kindly, our stance would be to request the committee make an amendment to this bill. So then when the repeal is over, that that this real estate would be treated the way that the electrical industry is treated, the utilities, and would be subjected to that tax. And there's also the issue that we kind of, our assessors has raised with us, which is it could be a constitutional unequal protection argument because you'll have the electrical industry running lines right next to the telecommunications industry, and one is subjected to property taxes and the other one is subjected to no tax. And historically, the legislature has argued that the telecommunications line should not be subjected to tax because there is a communications services tax. So with that, I'll appreciate you guys hearing my testimony, and I'll take any questions.
Representative Boers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So do you have any idea, I would hope you do, how many properties are we talking about? What's the value of the properties and what would be the estimated revenue to the state?
So this isn't necessarily property. It is the lines that are along the telephone poles or the telephone poles themselves.
I got that. Yep.
You would, I would guess you'd have to probably ask telecommunication lines because we don't have any specific information from the municipality's end of how much potential assessed property value exists out there. But, I'd have to gander to say it's probably around the same as how much there is electrical lines because most of these telecommunication lines are right next to on the same telephone poles, right next to the electrical lines for the utility companies.
Yep.
So it's probably a lot of assessed value.
Yep. Follow up. So the other side of that coin is there are buildings and pieces of land here and there. Like I see TDS has at least 2 or 3 in the Chichester area. So are those properties being taxed?
That's a good question of what property tax or if they're subjected to just a telecommunications tax. And I'll take a note and I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, we'd like
This
to
is
know.
kind of out of our wheelhouse, but we do know that we'd like any assessed property in the community to be assessed equally with other property, and especially because you would be able to burden shift from the property taxpayers to the telecommunications companies that essentially wouldn't be paying a tax unless you made an update to RSA 72:8-A.
Yeah, and I would be interested to know if they're paying BBT or BET tax or.
I would guess they are, but I'm not 100% sure. You'd have to ask DRA. But I would guess because they're a business, they're going to be subjected to that tax, and they make enough revenue. But I will check to see if they're subjected to, regular real estate taxes.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. I am sympathetic to your argument or suggestion. My question, though, is my understanding is there is, excuse me, federal law that bars taxation of internet access. And I'm wondering, we can't tax it under the communications services tax. I think Representative McFarland talked about the complications there. I'm wondering what the federal law versus if we amend this to allow communications companies to be taxed by property, what impact that might have or whether that would conflict with federal law.
I'd have to defer to DRA. I mean, they would be the ones that, because I know there's specific statutes in the communication services tax law that does explain what is exempt, so then it isn't awry with federal law. We don't have a stance on that currently. I haven't reviewed those statutes
Yeah,
closely.
follow up, Mr. Chair. No, what I'm asking is, DRA already says, and I think Representative McFarland talked about this, we do not tax, the communications tax is not a tax on internet access. It is only a tax essentially on landlines. So federal law bars taxing internet access. The lines that you're talking about, were this bill to be amended as apparently the municipal association would like, and again, I'm sympathetic to the argument, but I'm wondering if the argument from the communications companies would be the lines that you're prepared to include as a property tax are lines that provide not just phone service, but also internet access. I mean, for example, in my situation, I have Xfinity, whatever they're calling themselves these days, that provides both phone service and my internet access. But it's the same line. And I don't know how you'd apply a property tax to that. I'm just wondering.
No, that's an excellent question. That's the first time that's been raised to me, and I can bring that back to our team at the Municipal Association. So I'll do some more research, and maybe I can send a letter to the committee and provide some clarification on how exactly maybe exemption language needs to be written in the federal statutes. We just know that it's been raised to us by the assessors that there's a lot of assessed value in these lines, the lines and the different telecommunication equipment, and that currently utilities, electrical utilities are subjected to the tax, and it's been common for the exemption to exist, and the justification for that exemption in our property tax law has been the existence of the CST, the communication services tax. So if that goes away, we would like that to come under assessed value in a community to tax. So, and I can try to figure out more about it so we can make some clarity to make sure we're not making recommendations that run afoul with federal law.
Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my questions. I think this follows up with what we were just talking about. Would the municipal association be comfortable then with an increase property tax levy on the utilities and that would the municipal association be in favor of that? You said you weren't in favor of the House bill as it's written, but if there was an increase burden on business, the utilities to pay this tax, would the municipal association be in favor of that?
Well, the utilities, or you're talking about
the property tax that they would be paying if you had the bill changed the way I think I understood what you wanted to talk about. Maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe you need to clarify that.
Yeah, I can clarify. Currently, telecommunications that are subject to the communication services tax are exempted from the utilities property tax under, and it's the specific exemption is the last sentence in RSA 72:8-A. We believe if you get rid of the communication services tax, that like before the communication services tax existed, that those telecommunication lines, like utility lines, should be subjected to the utility property tax.
Thank you. My misunderstanding. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I think you ought to talk to the Assessing Standards Board. I believe they're the ones who have been dealing with this with the telephone poles and have also been dealing in general with making assessments equitable across. And I think that they did finish dealing with the telephone poles, so they could give you an answer.
I appreciate that. And I was planning on, we contact a lot of our assessors and some who do serve on that board to help with clarifications, but they were also the ones who raised this concern with us, and also the constitutional concern, which is not our primary concern. We're more concerned about the potential loss of assessed value in a community that could decrease the tax burden onto the property taxpayers.
It sounds like a fair trade-off.
That's our opinion too.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else? Oh, here comes another one. Representative Pearson. Thank you.
Living in the land of the double booked, right? This building is the poster child for that. For the record, Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13. I'm speaking in opposition to the repeal of the communications tax for a more general reason. I have had the honor of serving on the governor's transition team, and in a meeting yesterday with the LBA, her legal counsel, the chief of staff, and the budget writer, this repeal of the communications tax was brought up in conversation. That did not go well. They are extraordinarily concerned about the loss of revenue from this in order to create a state budget, and I am as well. I think when we're already looking at shortfalls in revenue and projections that are off, if you will, from our prior budget, simply repealing what amounts to almost $30 million doesn't seem like a good idea in these times. So I sit before you in opposition to the repeal simply out of the sake of being able to create a state budget that works.
Thank you. Do we have Representative Almy?
Yes, we have already listened to a bill that was going to be cutting a tax again. Does this cover blanketly or just?
No, I'm speaking specifically to
selectively?
this, to the communications tax.
And this is one that would actually help the towns to make up losses that they've been given from the state.
I mean, how that money is used and how that goes into the state budget is currently the purview of the governor's office. I'm not here to speak to how they want to do that, but you know, like I said, when we're looking at shortfalls here, I just don't think this is the time to do away with a proven and consistent revenue source.
Representative Opal?
Representative McFarland testified, and I don't have the statistics in front of me, but just recognizing the fact that landlines are going the way of telegraph poles and Pony Express. And you just referred to this as a consistent source of revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Are you really sure of that? It seems like.
Yeah,
The numbers have been fairly consistent over the years. It is regressing, it is shrinking, but it's not falling off a cliff. So we still have use of this revenue source for now. I mean, we're looking at a 2-year budget. It's a 2-year projection. I understand we're looking at a 2-year projection, but you would agree that the numbers have declined over time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you. You understand there's concern about the repeal of the tax at this time. Is there a concern about a repeal at this tax at a later time or a phase-in repeal?
Like I said, we exist in 2-year cycles, so I have to look at the now, which is today.
And that now includes the entire cycle of the budget. So even though this might be phased in over 2 years, the position is that you would prefer it not to be addressed at all during this 2-year period.
Correct. I would prefer that the communications tax stay exactly where it is.
Thank you.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, taking this question. You said that you're in opposition, or the group you're in discussion with is in opposition to this reduction. Is there any other information you could relate to us on what they're in opposition?
No, I won't speak.
Reductions. On
I
reductions.
will not speak for them. That's
Okay.
their job to do that. And like I said, the discussion was solely around the repeal of the communications tax.
Just in general, questions for the person testifying should stick to the bill in question. Thank you. Seeing no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, he's. Okay, is there anyone else who'd like to testify on HB 417? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on HB 417. And we now have 15 minutes until the next public hearing at 1:45. Yes.
A question and maybe an answer. Is there?
Speaker.
I was just talking to you.
Oh,
Side conversation.
Because we're not really on a bill.
okay. Go ahead.
Is there a protocol for when we look at the sign-ins? Is my question. Because some committees actually say how many signed in which way. But now that you can sign in all day, my suggestion would be when we do the exec, maybe somehow the clerk or someone would say, on this bill, 80 signed in for, 20 against. So, because I think we're supposed to record that. I mean, some committees used to actually hold up the pink sheets.
Well, not the pink sheet, the blue.
Yeah, the blue, yeah.
The blue sheet. Yeah, and you're exactly right. The issue is that now they can sign in all day. It used to be you had to sign in.
But maybe if we do it at around the time that we exec, at least it's part of the record that we know how the sign-ins went.
Yeah, is that something you can get, Bill?
And I think your clerk would be great at
Well,
doing
I
that.
could talk to Karen about it.
Find out
Normally
how-
they have to fill out the sheets, somebody has to keep that.
Yeah.
Normally that would be put into the file.
Yeah, they keep it in the folder, yeah.
And it's
Okay.
up to the chair whether we announce that or not.
Okay.
It's certainly good practice.
I didn't know if there was a protocol. It seems
not
fair
the-
to the public.
Yeah.
But
Not
you
the-
guys, I'm sure you can work out a system, but, I mean, some committees really make a big deal about reading the numbers.
Yeah. We'll see what we can,
Thanks.
see what we can do.
I don't check it off till the first speaker goes. So I want a free appetizer, that's why I was late.
Did you get one?
Yeah, we got, the artichoke dip. It was good, especially to share.
Yeah.
It's rich.
I understand some of the chairs don't necessarily think that's very much worthwhile.
Well, they don't pay any,
4,000 versus 10.
people don't pay any attention to it. I mean, I've heard people say, oh, they're out of staters or, so they don't care, especially on things like, universal vouchers.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like thousands to, 50 or something.
Right.
And right
Okay, we are back, and time is 1:46, and I'll open the public hearing on HB 596. And we'll invite Representative Tierney up. Is Representative Tierney, okay, you're introducing the bill? Okay. Do I have a card for you?
Yes.
Oh, page, here it is. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time today. Here today to introduce House Bill 596. And if you were a representative from the North Country, or really any tourism-driven area in the state of New Hampshire, you've likely had a constituent approach you and ask what seems like a really innocent question, which is, how much meals and rooms revenue is collected in our town? It seems like it should be a pretty simple question. What happens next is a journey down a rabbit hole, searching for this data, which you'll eventually learn quite simply doesn't exist. And why is that? So our current meals and rooms reporting practices do not require operators to report the municipality where receipts were collected. The data simply doesn't exist. And additionally, we allow operators with facilities in multiple municipalities to consolidate receipts under a single master license, attributing all their revenues received to a single county. So receipts collected in one county are frequently reported in another, leaving the public with no reliable way to understand where the revenue originates. And in other words, we have an incomplete picture of where the revenue comes from. And those reports which are made available actually share misleading data, attributing this revenue received in one county to another. If you're like me, who comes from a management background in the private sector, this is a really surprising discovery. You know, imagine running your business and not knowing where your revenue comes from. How do you plan? How do you invest? How do you allocate resources effectively? And this is the same untenable situation that we face in the state of New Hampshire. And HB 596 seeks to remedy that. So at its core, this bill intends to uphold the principles of government transparency and accountability by ensuring that meals and rooms tax revenues are tracked and reported at the municipal level. In my opinion, transparency shouldn't just be a bureaucratic ideal, but we should look at it as a cornerstone of public trust. And while I am far from the first representative to tell a shocked constituent asking about this question that the state of New Hampshire will not make this data available to them, I hope to be the last. It just seems like this is a question we should be able to answer for our constituents. Taxpayers have a right to know how and where their money is generated and used. And just as a business owner relies on accurate revenue data to make informed decisions, our state, our towns, and our local tourism organizations need precise information to measure the impact of tourism and plan effectively. The granular reporting that this bill would allow will help us to paint that clearer picture of which communities are driving tourism-related income. Additionally, this level of specificity will make it easier to identify emerging trends and adapt quickly to growth opportunities, ensuring a more targeted and impactful approach to strengthening our local economies. Among those who will benefit from the longitudinal data set this reporting would create are our towns themselves, our tourism-related nonprofits, and even our state division of travel and tourism. This is data that will be valuable to all. So how do we achieve these goals? This bill makes two targeted changes to current statute. First, it requires the DRA to update its reporting forms so that operators include the municipality where receipts were collected, in addition to the total revenues. And we could still do this on a consolidated form. Second, to address privacy concerns in smaller communities with very few operators, which I take seriously, the bill includes a narrow exemption to confidentiality rules. The DRA will disclose municipal revenue data only for communities with 10 or more operators, ensuring taxpayer privacy while still providing accurate and useful data wherever possible. By requiring the DRA to collect and disclose aggregated tax data by municipality while protecting taxpayer privacy in smaller communities, this bill balances the need for public access to data with reasonable confidentiality protections. It's my goal that HB 596 would empower towns, tourism organizations, and the state's Division of Travel and Tourism to make data-driven decisions that strengthen infrastructure, attract visitors, and boost local economies, all while giving our constituents confidence in how revenues are managed. And I'm happy to take your questions. I'm also happy to turn it over anytime to my colleague Rep. Tierney, who we have a large number of co-signers on a letter on this bill that I'm looking forward to him sharing.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So is there a problem, in your opinion, with the revenue being collected and not being reported, being withheld by a business, or is this beyond that?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not quite sure I understand.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if there's a reporting requirement that's not, businesses are collecting the taxes, but not retaining them and giving them to the state. So I wasn't sure if it was that and or more.
That's not my goal. That may be something this committee may be concerned with, but it's not what this bill deals with. This bill is strictly about ensuring that when these revenues are reported, that we understand where they were collected, which is currently simply not the case. We both don't know the municipality where they were collected, but we also often have incorrect data about the county in which they were collected. You can be an operator with 10 facilities across the state. You could have 9 of those facilities in COOS, but report them all out of Grafton, right? So the data we get is very misleading. And the data that the public receives and is relying on is very misleading.
Yes, Representative Opal.
I understand this is not the intent of the bill, but I'm wondering what assurances you might give particularly smaller communities. While I certainly would agree that it's good management to understand where your revenue is coming from and where your expenditures are, no matter where it is, could this not be a first step toward some communities saying, hey, we're doing twice the amount of rooms and meals tax as our neighbor, we should be getting a larger share back, and thus punishing communities who may not have the natural resources, the mountains or the ocean or whatever, and wind up in a situation where we're pitting neighbor against neighbor.
Sure. I guess my answer to that is, this is a little bit of a cop-out, but it's a question for another day. I think the question on my mind is, should the data be available? Does the public and do those townspeople, regardless of what they feel once they have the data, deserve to have access to that information? I will say, coming from a rural tourist community, I certainly am going to advocate for additional revenue solutions for my town. But what I see as the revenue solution may be different than what my co-sponsor, Senator Rochefort, sees, or what another person sees as the appropriate solution. So I would say we need the data, and I hope that we can agree that we need the data and the public deserves the data. And then we all do need to come back for a separate conversation about how do we ensure that small towns have the resources they need and the revenues they need. But I'm not advocating here for any particular approach to that.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, I have Representative Tierney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and representatives. Okay, I'm not a co-sponsor of this bill, but I've been asked by the COAS delegation to read a letter that they have all jointly signed. Dear committee chair and members, the letter requests the committee to support HB 596 relative to reporting requirements for entities that collect meals and rooms taxes. Change the next couple of words to say the Coos County delegation unanimously supports this bill. Our district senator, Dave Rochford, is a co-sponsor of the bill, given the substantial impact tourism has on our region, and it is substantial. It is essential to consider the benefits of identifying these taxes at the municipal level as opposed to countywide. Our region's tourism sector is vibrant and healthy and highly concentrated in specific municipalities, each contributing differently to the overall tourism landscape. By quantifying meals and room taxes at the municipal level, we can achieve more accurate and meaningful data on where tourism revenues are being generated and how budgetary decisions can best support these impacted communities. Below are several important benefits of quantifying these taxes on a municipal scale. Accurate revenue attribution. Quantifying meals and rooms taxes at the municipal level allows for a more precise allocation of tax revenue, directly correlating it with the specific localities that generate it. This enables municipalities to track exactly how much tourism revenue they are producing, as opposed to relying on countywide averages that may obscure the true economic impact within each individual municipality. Improved tax forecasting and budgeting. By collecting and quantifying tax data at the municipal level, local governments can develop a more accurate forecast for future revenue opportunities. This enhances their ability to plan and budget effectively, ensuring the resources are directed toward the most impactful area, such as infrastructure improvements, local tourism, marketing initiatives, and community services that benefit both residents and visitors. Identifying trends and growth areas. When tax data is quantified at the municipal level, it becomes easier to identify emerging trends and areas of growth within specific communities. For example, if one municipality experiences a spike in tourism due to a new attraction or event, they can quickly adapt by reallocating resources or adjusting services to meet increased demand, something that would be difficult to pinpoint with countywide data alone. Okay, enhancing local tourism strategies. With more granular data, municipalities can tailor their tourism investments more effectively. This level of granularity also helps in measuring the effectiveness of tourism-related programs and initiatives. Optimizing local economic impact. Quantifying tax revenues at the municipal level provides a clearer picture of the economic contributions made by tourism to each local economy. This enables municipalities to measure the return on investment for tourism-related expenditures more accurately and make adjustments that maximize economic benefits for their residents and businesses. Fostering accountability and transparency. By tracking meals and room tax revenues at the municipal level, the state can ensure greater transparency and accountability. Regarding the fiscal note, we would like to formally note that the $50,000 fiscal impact for such an improvement appears rather excessive, considering the minor technical change required in the system. Even if the cost is near this amount, the return on investment for 13 cities and 221 towns would amount to just $214 per community, which seems like an excellent value. In conclusion, the ability to quantify meals and rooms taxes at the municipal level provides local governments with the tools to make more informed, data-driven decisions. It ensures that the revenue generated from tourism is tracked accurately and used efficiently, ultimately benefiting the local economy, enhancing the quality of services provided by both residents and visitors. Thank you for your consideration of the matter. I would be happy to further discuss the potential benefits of quantifying tourism-related taxes at the municipal level and how this approach could positively impact our region. And it's signed by Rep. Davis, which is COAS 2, Mike Willett, which is COAS 3, myself, and Representative Durkin, who are COAS 1, Representative King, who's COAS 4, Representative Murphy, who's COAS 6, and then Representative Corzine, Valerino, and Moranci, who are all COAS 5 and 7. And with that,
Thank you. Would you
I
want?
will take any questions if you've got them.
We've got a lot of good ones for you. I think. Does anyone have any questions? Actually, since no one has any questions, I do have one question that was swirling around my mind as I'm listening to all this testimony, and that is, the whole point is to get data for municipalities, cities, whatever, on an individualized basis. But doesn't each municipality know? They know how many restaurants they have in town. They know how many hotels they have in town. Planning board members typically have a really good feel for how things are going. It just seems to me that individual towns, because I know one of the concerns was if a town has 10 or fewer establishments, then they would be exempt from this. But at the end of the day, it's not like, in my mind, I'm just thinking as I'm talking, that it would seem like each municipality or city, they know exactly what they've got in their cities and towns, and they can make decisions based on how much traffic they have going to these establishments.
Correct, they can, but the problem they've got is my town, for example, we don't have 10 entities. We wouldn't get the information. But other ones do, and their question is, it goes back to what I call the nonsense that was created with SWEPT, donor towns. Any tax you can think of, income, sales, doesn't make any difference. SWEPT, there's a donor in every single one of them. Be it a wealthy community that sends more income tax in, or a community that's got a whole bunch of stores, there's contributing more sales tax. Other ones don't contribute as much. So everything has a donor town. We're not looking to find out who's a donor town. What they're looking for is to find out how much that town is bringing into the area in regards to how much they're also getting back. Then maybe they'd ask for it. Or do we throw more money into that? Because this was asked for by our economic development advisor for the county. She's the one who requested the bill be put in, and she's the one who ginned up this letter that the 9 of us signed. She's looking for the information to find out, where do we concentrate our monies that we're investing in the county or in the municipalities? Where do they go? Which one are we getting the better bang for the buck? That's what she's looking for.
Okay. Representative Ullery?
The way I understand it, each community receives a check or transfer of funds.
Yep, correct.
Routinely. They have a record going back years as to how much they make. They know that if a new restaurant opens up, then there should be an increase. And if there isn't, then somebody's restaurant failed and somebody's didn't. By the way, don't go into the restaurant business. A lot of them fail.
Yes.
But the information is there if you look for it. You've got a history of how much is coming in. And it's not just how much is coming in from the town or from the town and then going back to the town, but it also has to deal with what the overall economic environment is. So having to specify this out, to me, and I sit on the planning board in my town, unimportant. Because you have to deal with the entire operation, not just how much is coming in from the MRR. It's just unimportant data.
Is that a would you
Because, yeah, I'm going to say it's one that we were told not to ask. Would you believe?
It may be unimportant to the planning board side of the house, sir, but to the economic development side of the house, they seem to want the information. And all we're attempting with this is to get it for them. When we get meals and rooms taxes, and I'm on the select board in Northumberland, okay, we get a single check, and if I remember correctly, it comes once a year towards the end of the year. It's not, I don't think it's a monthly transfer. And so we get our check. How much of that came from I think it's 3 hotels we've got in town, motels, versus how many for the 4 or 5 restaurants that we've got in town. Nobody knows which restaurant is doing well, which restaurant is doing bad. Okay, with the size of Northumberland, you can tell by how many cars are in the parking lot usually. But is that because the cook is not up to standards, or do they have the wrong type of cuisine that they're offering? In other words, are they Thai and nobody up in that neck of the woods say wants it? Don't know. And that information isn't going to necessarily be in there. Well, it would be in there because we'd be getting it by restaurant. So this one's failing for this reason, that one's failing for that reason. It just gives the economic development folks the ability to figure out what way to look at it. Do we need more fried chicken places versus do we need more Korean ones?
Follow up?
Is it the job of the community to go out and select and pick and choose what they need? Or just say, here we are. If you want to come here, come here. If you don't, that's your choice. But is it the job of the community to go out and pick and choose what restaurant they want to have in town or what motel chain they want to come into town?
Not the community, but the economic development, yes. Because if they can tell you that this restaurant or that type hotel is going to do better, wouldn't you rather invest and put that one up than the other?
Representative Bolton.
Would you believe that I agree with both Representative Ulrey and our chair? And I just have a question, like maybe the one benefit that might come out of this probably can't, because I understand that if it's a provider that has multiple facilities in different towns, they might have an aggregate, transmission of their, M&R to
Excuse
the
me,
DRA, but
Representative, we can't, excuse me, yeah, we can't hear you, I'm sorry.
okay, which part did you miss? Me agreeing with Ulrey and our chair? So I just think the one thing that I might conceive of as a value as being a select board member in the town of Plymouth is more granular reporting, but apparently that can't happen or doesn't happen. We have, Alex Ray has 2 facilities in Plymouth and a hotel, but he also, I don't know how he aggregates his revenues of all the things he has, but that might be a value, and I'm not certain if this can be met. I don't know if you're aware of that, or maybe DRA could let us know.
No, I know it took the folks up at the county about a week to finally get reports out of DRA that just told them, okay, here's how much meals tax you got and here's how much rooms tax you got, but not what communities it came from, just how much the county got or actually how much the county collected and paid in from it. What ones came from there. They'd like it broken out by municipality to assist them. And my daughter works for the Common Man, and I believe they've got 10 or 12 restaurants here in the state spread all over the place. So where he puts them out from, I don't know either.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So why couldn't it be, maybe it's a question for DRA, obviously, but why couldn't it be broken up into, more granular level? Not countywide, but maybe townwide.
I have a sneaking suspicion from the bill and in talking with some of the others that the reason for this is DRA won't do it unless they're told to, and this sort of tells them do it.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question, which is kind of broad. I should have this memorized. I think I do. But my understanding was that the meals and rooms tax is collected, again, with these problems you've mentioned, but it's given out per capita. It really has nothing to do if you have no restaurants in your town, you get, meals and rooms.
Yep.
And if you have the most restaurants in the whole seacoast, you
Yep.
don't get. So some of what we've said got a little bit off, I think, because it has nothing to do with what you have in your town to get meals and rooms money. And someone's talking about the selectmen, and people can look at how much you get each year. You can, and you can see if it went up and down from the state, but it has nothing to do with your businesses at all. So I think your bill is very important. I think that would be useful data for lots of things. In fact, here on this committee, we've been interested in this data for 10 years that I've been here. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. To get even more specific about this, and DRA is here, if I recall, this committee has been told that by getting very granular with this in terms of knowing what restaurant is doing what and their sales here and their hotel sales there would provide competitive information to their competitors, and then people would find out just exactly how much a restaurant is making, how much it's losing, so on and so forth. So that's been, from what I've recalled, that's been a position that the DRA has explained to us in terms of confidentiality in businesses and tax collection. DRA is here, and perhaps they can address that again. But that's would you believe that's my understanding? I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
Well, like I said, our town wouldn't even get it, the information, simply because we don't have enough of the facilities to make it to 10.
May I follow up? Well, my question still remains. Would you believe that if this was released, there would be competitive information wherever you are in Portsmouth or Keene or Concord that demonstrates to the competitors what your particular restaurant or hotel is making, and that would be a disadvantage to the owner?
That might be a disadvantage, and if that were the case, then I could see where this could become not subject to a 91A, so that the town wouldn't have to give the information out to anybody but the one who came in and asked about their particular restaurant, and they should know the information themselves anyway. But it would not be subject to a 91A request. So it would simply stay with the Board of Selectmen, a town manager, town administrator, whatever, and that would be it. It wouldn't be spread around.
Okay. Representative Doucette.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, to accentuate the point. At least the way I read this, it's talking about reporting from the municipality, not from individual businesses, individual vendors. So I can see in a smaller situation where it was 11 people that paid into, you might be able to do
Figure it
that.
out.
But I don't know that argument holds water, and at least the way I'm reading this legislation.
Okay.
Agree with
Thank you. Next up, we have Representative Omni.
Thank you, Representative Doucette. I would ask to talk about the confidentiality part of this first. It's the only thing that anybody but the DRA would see would be aggregations of the revenues from over 10 or more restaurants or hotels. So it would not provide, it might provide somebody who was creating a chain from Nashua to decide that, gee, I want to go put one in Lebanon and I want to go put one in Salem, but because they seem to be doing quite a lot of business. But it would not provide enough information for any kind of competitive advantage otherwise that I can think of. What I wanted to do was expand this a little bit because it is not just tourism. It is, as some people were saying, economic development, and how you chart the different towns chart their courses depending on what resources they've got relative to other places, but also a question of fairness that the restaurant and hotel business is spread out highly unequally around the state, and it concentrates in the largest population areas, but it also concentrates in the middle-sized towns that are hubs for a very large area. Lebanon is a metropolis, micropolis of 100,000 people, of whom at this point we're rapidly growing. 16,000 live in Lebanon and sleep there. But everybody else, about, I think, probably half of them come in daily to work. They stay afterwards, they get drunk, they run into each other's cars, they start fires, they screw up the plumbing, they do all sorts of things that the town then has to deal with. And then they go home. And they have a child that has mental health issues, child comes to Lebanon. They have homeless people that can't figure out what to do, they come to Lebanon. So they're also the hub for a lot of social services, which, as Representative Bolton can tell you, are usually tax exempt from property tax for good reason. We have the largest regional thrift store in our region, and huge numbers of people are coming to it now, and the money from that thrift store goes to helping all of those people that are looking for monetary assistance or assistance with how to turn their lives around, which is given without money except for the salaries. So the hubs get per population just like everybody else, but the hubs have a lot more costs than anybody else. And for us to turn around and try to reduce ourselves to having a police department the size per capita that everybody else in our sector of Grafton County does, would create a major crime wave, because we need 3 times that in order to keep up with all of the accidents that happened, and people that fight with each other, and people that are caught with methadone labs and things like that. This is not just Lebanon, obviously. It's a lot of smaller urban hubs around the state that are struggling to deal with the fact that the property tax becomes considerably inequitable. And one of the things that it is involved with it is that the meals and rooms tax, which is found primarily in those hubs and in the large cities, is distributed per capita. So I know this is an issue that probably we lose because there are an awful, I think probably more people in the legislature that are from small towns and are bedroom communities, or retirement communities than there are working communities. But we have two of the largest companies in the world based in Lebanon. And we have a lot of other businesses that grow up in Lebanon and stay in Lebanon. And we need more help with economic development so that we can afford to keep these going without having a major tax vote. And I think that it would help to know that I forget, I have no idea how many we've got it now. Now I think it's about 25 restaurants inside Lebanon, but it may be 40, plus food trucks. So I don't know how you address a food truck. But I think that the issue is really important and that the reporting is really the first step towards trying to figure out how you make this work. So that was...
Will you take questions? Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question, or questions. I have two. The first question is, where in this bill is there anything about confidentiality of the aggregated funds information so that it doesn't become part of the public record in the town, so that anybody can come up and start taking a look at their various restaurant or motel businesses to see what's going on?
I thought I remembered seeing this in here. Wait a second. I do know that this is a strict, it looks like it isn't in there, but I do know that this is a strict rule of the Department of Revenue Administration, that they shall not release the names, the numbers of anything that is less than 10.
Yes, we both know that. And I would just wanted to point that out, that it's not
In
present.
here,
Oh,
specifically.
second question. The other question I have is, it seems as though this bill is putting a burden on the various taxpayers to come up with another set of forms, another set of accounting, is that cost taken into consideration, the cost of the business? Is that taken into consideration?
I don't believe it is. I believe it'd be a little bit of difficulty to set up. I'd like to mention that Representative Abrami lives in a town which has no restaurant, or at least it did when he was telling us this, and they had on the books, they had 9 restaurants in that town because the owner of those 9 restaurants lived in that town.
Yeah, well, some of those are big chains and on the main road there. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Almy, I expressed my concern before to you personally, but and Mr. Chairman, give me just a little bit of leeway. I'm going to talk about this bill, but I can't help sitting here for the last few weeks listening to all of the legislation, representing 3 small towns, and a school district that is struggling, in a state where the quality of your education depends very much on your zip code, which is kind of arbitrary and not really relative to whether you deserve a quality education. And now my fear is that we're going in the same direction potentially, or at least we're opening the door to begin to reward those communities that have been blessed with wonderful opportunities for tourism and great natural beauty, and communities that maybe aren't quite so blessed potentially will be again shortchanged. I don't know whether there's something you can offer or the other sponsors of this can offer that would reassure me. But I'll also say I sit on my town's planning board and I chair our economic development committee. And I would ask you, would you believe that I have a very good sense of which of the 4 restaurants in our town are doing well and which are not, and why?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think I asked 2 questions there.
Well, I actually, it was interesting what you just said, because that was part of my premise when I was talking earlier, that planning boards and certainly economic development boards within towns know what's going on. So I'm still not sure I completely understand the need for this.
I will say, as a representative from a urban hub, which is at this point growing beyond our capacity and has been sparking tax revolts that we hadn't seen for a long time. It is on, we cannot control what is going on in Representative Opal's town or in St. Johnsbury, where some of our people that work daily in our place come from in Vermont. But we are the recipient of influxes of people that work in our area, that eat in our area, that get snowbound sometimes in our area, that come for the hospital, which is the major hospital in northern New England, and come to deal drugs in our malls, and occasionally come to write nasty things on our windshields in our malls. And in general, we have 3 times the police and more fire, and especially more EMTs than we would need if those people weren't coming in. And it's very difficult to figure out how to plan for that when you're working only with the property taxes of the individual town or city.
So let me just ask you, the point of this bill is to gather data, correct?
Just to gather data
But
to
you're-
try to figure that out.
But you're talking as though that then you'll have more money to do something with it, but this is data only. So where's that money coming from?
That is the question to be looked at, is how can we get more money into these centers? The biggest cities do get, I think, some federal help and various other kinds of help that we don't get. But the smaller ones are struggling increasingly, I think. And the question is just how much data can we get that is going to help us figure out strategies.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe, Representative Almy, you can correct me. I'm not suggesting I'm leaning one way or another on this, but the way this reads to me, it doesn't speak to any specifics about how revenues are distributed after the fact. The way this reads to me is it's not specific. The operators themselves report when paying their taxes, what city or town that those taxes were paid in. That is with the DRA. They're not distributing that out for report specifically by vendor or retailer or whatever. So the way I see this, and correct me if I'm wrong, I read this as some transparency in reporting, a little deeper level of transparency. Town A brought in $1 million, Town B brought in $2 million. That's the extent of this. And you can list the towns out, but I don't see any development benefit or anything like that. That's not what I'm reading here. So I guess, am I wrong in the way I'm reading this? Is, reporting transparency to me.
Once the information is available at the DRA in a form that the DRA would be willing to provide it, it does help us to some extent. But I agree, it's just a very first step that we've never been able to get over.
Okay. Did you have something? Okay. Thank you, Representative Almy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have had it on quite a while.
Representative Southworth.
Partly a point of order. I think it's best looked at as a data bill, which is kind of how it started 20 minutes ago. I think how someone might use the data in the future isn't really relevant to supporting the bill. The bill is, do we think the data would be useful for our committee and for other communities as they want to use it? But I don't think we need to get into how they might use it. But I kind of agree with what you said. I mean, the wording is that it's a data bill.
Yeah.
I'd be curious from DRA what the confidentiality is with that reporting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Representative Almy. I do have, before I call DRA up, I have one more pink card here. Carl Thibodeau. Good afternoon.
Carl Thibodeau, Conway, New Hampshire, sit on the Board of Selectmen. I guess I am going to be very brief because fortunately for all of us, pretty much everything I had on my list has already been said. I will say that I think that the focus it does at this point in time, and I agree with Representative Doucette, that the focus needs to be on the transparency of the collection process. I think we're getting the cart in front of the horse by trying to say that we're going to look at redistribution or however that might turn out down the road. There are a lot of things that the state would be able to use this information for if they knew exactly where these funds were coming from. Let's say, for instance, town of Conway generates X number of millions of dollars in meals and rooms tax. They might want to take a look at that situation and say, okay, they've got 37,000 people on any given weekend in the town of Conway. Maybe we need to improve our infrastructure for access to the town of Conway. You might be able to use that information for things of that nature. I do know that we do need additional help based on the fact that we are probably the third, maybe fourth largest tourist area in the state of New Hampshire. While it is a blessing that we have all of those mountains, rivers, and lakes, etc., it is also a curse that, like Lebanon, we end up with a situation where we have double the amount of fire apparatus that we need and triple the police department. But I think that's a conversation for a later day. I think now the important focus should be on the transparency of where this money comes from. And it's been said, I'll say it again, rule number one, if you're in business, and I've been in business for 44 years, you need to know your revenue stream. You need to know your revenue stream in detail, where it comes from and how it got there. I sent an email to Governor Sununu a year ago, March. I'm not going to read the whole thing, and I'm not going to, I'll paraphrase the majority of it. He sent it over to James Jerry, Budget Director, State of New Hampshire. I got some information from Mr. Jerry. I asked the pointed question about if you don't know where that money is coming from, how do you know that it's being properly and appropriately collected and accounted for? And the answer was that we have an aggressive auditing system. Well, your auditing system can be as aggressive as it wants to be, but if you can't pinpoint where the money comes from, then what triggers the audit? Do you just randomly pull names out of a hat to say, I think it's time we audit so-and-so? Or we audit these businesses over here in Berlin, or we audit these businesses down here in Manchester? If you had a more detailed, and it doesn't have to be detailed to the point where it becomes onerous on the reporter. It only has to be detailed by geographic location of the physical collection point. If you had that information and you could install certain red flags and trips into your software that would allow people to say, oh, wait a minute, in Conway, New Hampshire, they collected X number of dollars in restaurants last year, and all of a sudden we're down several $100,000 in revenues. Maybe we need to take a look at what's going on in Conway, New Hampshire. I don't think you have that ability today. And if nothing else, I think just for the sake of the state upholding its pledge to be a transparent government, I think that the municipalities, not necessarily the public at large, but at least the people who run municipalities, the selectmen, town managers, planning boards, et cetera, should be able to access this information to have more than a vague idea of what's going on in their town. It was brought up that if you sit on a planning board or you're on a board of selectmen, you should know what's going on in town. Well, you should, but we have something in the neighborhood of 3,000 rooms, 900 short-term rentals, and 65 restaurants in the town of Conway. It is absolutely physically impossible for one small 5-man board to keep track of any of this. So if we had this information, it would allow us to make certain adjustments in how it is that we do things, to take a better look, a harder look at some of the situations that may or may not exist within the town of Conway, to be able to better plan, better prepare, things of that nature. Most everything else, I guess, has been hashed over tonight, so I won't take any more of your time. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Representative Opal.
Sir, I'm fully in support of transparency, and I frankly believe, as Representative Almy talked about, there are a lot of issues, certainly in my area, that could be addressed with a more regional approach or a more statewide approach. But I will point out, I think it was Representative Tierney who brought us the letter from the COAS delegation. And point number 1 says quantifying meals and rooms taxes at the municipal level allows for a more precise allocation of tax revenue, directly correlating it with the specific localities that generate it. Now, would you believe I find that very specifically saying we want the data, and then when we have the data, we're going to make the argument that communities that generate more tourism revenue or meals and rooms revenue should get more of the revenue. Well, that is a distinct possibility. As I said, Conway is kind of an anomaly. I don't think that there are more than 4 or 5 areas within the state of New Hampshire that fall within the tourist-related problems that we have. There are a lot of them. You have a static population of 10,300 people, and that is how the rooms and meals tax today is distributed, based on that static population. Any given weekend, any given vacation week, we have 35,000 people in town. We have a police department that's 2.5 times the size of any other town that has a static population of 10,000 people. Emergency services is 2 to 3 times as large. Our water and sewer departments are taxed severely. Our infrastructure is being abused on a regular basis. So would we ask for more money at some point in time? I don't know. But step 1 is to find out where that money comes from. And at some point, it should become a little bit more proportional, in my opinion. Sir, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't disagree with you, just as I don't disagree with Representative Almy. What I do believe, what I'm concerned about, is pitting one town against another town when the entire state gets a benefit from tourism in the Conway area. The entire state, frankly, certainly the region gets a benefit from what Lebanon does. The entire state gets a benefit from some of these tourism and municipal hubs. What I'm afraid of, would you believe, is the idea of pitting one town against another so that Conway gets an increase, my town gets a decrease.
Yeah, this may be something that we have to discuss during a work session. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Lastly, I'll invite DRA up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Ramsey, Tax Policy Counsel for the Department of Revenue Administration. Lots of questions. Would it be helpful if I provided just a brief overview? I have heard a lot of what I think maybe some misconceptions about how the tax works and what information the department collects. And if
Sure.
you'd like me to, I could just give a minute or two on that.
Yeah, that sounds good, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. So remember from the presentation on the 21st, the meals and rooms tax is a tax on the consumer of the meal or the room or the vehicle rental. And operators of those businesses get a license from DRA, and they are the tax collector for the state. So each operator files a return with us monthly, and those operators are the people who we would audit in the case of a concern about whether or not they're paying an appropriate amount. They retain a 3% commission provided that they file using our electronic portal and that they file on time and that they remit the right amount of tax with their return. This group of operators ranges from very sophisticated to not so sophisticated. It's a significant part of our call center volume is assisting these taxpayers with getting their forms into us the correct way. We do have, as Representative Page said, people that file on a consolidated basis. So if an operator has locations in 10, 15 places within the state of New Hampshire, they will pick a single location. We call that a master license under our rules, and they will report all the revenue for their collective businesses using that one location. They may also be out of state operators in the case of large national chains, also our room rental facilitators. And so some operators don't even have a New Hampshire county. So to get to the questions about confidentiality, under RSA 21J14, the department has a longstanding policy of not reporting information that would potentially identify a taxpayer and their liability. And we interpret that to mean for data at the state level, we do not report a piece of data that is the aggregate of less than 10 taxpayers. And at the local level, that limit is 20 taxpayers. So the information that this bill would have us provide is not something that we currently have, because we do not ask the operators of the businesses that file on a combined basis to tell us what town the meal was consumed in or the room is located in. They have that information and we can get to it if we audit, but it's not something that we routinely collect. We could collect that information. It would require us to develop a new and much more detailed form. We've looked at what some other jurisdictions use for forms. We would essentially need to have a line for each town and have operators fill in the town where the revenue was generated, the amount, as well as the number of businesses in that town. If we created that much more complicated tax form, we could then gather the information that is sought by this bill and report it out. The cost to do that, I heard a comment that $50,000 seemed like a lot of money. The reason that that expense is what it is because we have to have a paper form, and that paper form has to go through our very high-speed scanner. And we have to work with a vendor to develop and then test that form and make sure that it would capture every single one of those 400 or 500 blanks on that much more complex tax form accurately and put that into our data system. I don't know if that was all of the questions, but maybe a good point to stop.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think you answered, though, at present, someone can't go to DRA and request the receipts of a specific taxpayer.
That's correct. We would not ever disclose specific
And this would not
taxpayers'
change
information.
that?
I'm sorry?
Obviously, if this were to be passed as written, it wouldn't change that. That's different. It's not a 91A thing or anything like that.
Right. We have our very specific RSA 21J14 is our statute. We are also subject to 91A, but the tax statute is a little bit broader protection. So we typically look to that. And if I'm interpreting this bill correctly, then we would still not be required to provide a specific taxpayer's information, but we would provide aggregated by town information so long as there were more than 10 data points within that or operators within that town.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Kind of about another one attached. So if Jones Hardware has a store in Portsmouth and a store in Salem and a store in Plymouth, and they send in that information, there's no way an outside person can compare those three stores.
Well, if they were paying meals and rentals tax, then they would report that information using a master license.
Yeah.
And
They'd know the three, but no one else could get that information.
correct. Well, our auditors could if we needed
Right.
to, but it's not a part of the tax form that they
Thank
send
you.
in.
And is your request, I'm requesting, can you say again the cutoffs for confidentiality? Because several people asked about that.
Yes, at the state level, when the data is aggregated at the state level, we will not disclose anything with 10 or fewer taxpayers. At any level below the state, so county or city or town, it's 20 taxpayers.
Thank you.
So this bill actually says 10, so you would probably want that to say 20.
To be consistent with our existing policy, I think that would be prudent, but we would follow whatever the law was that was established.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will close the public hearing on HB 596.
Take a minute to set up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right underneath.
Thank you. Well, you gave me extra copies, Bill. Bill, here's one. Oh, well. That was an extra copy. Thank you. Okay, the time being 2:53. I'll open the public hearing on HB 540 and recognize Representative Ohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bill Ohm from the City of Nashua, Hillsborough 10. Speaking to House Bill 540 relative to the horse racing licenses for large facilities. Excuse me for a second. I'd like to start by talking about our current situation with the large casinos that we have and are possible to have in New Hampshire based on current law. And I define a large casino as a property with over 1,000 historic horse racing machines. We have a situation where we have 14 charitable gaming properties with licenses for historic racing machines. And these are very popular licenses. They're so popular that the smaller mom and pop gambling operations are now being purchased by larger entities for major expansions. For example, here in the city of Nashua, where I live, we're about to have the large casino, the Edge, the Nash, thank you, being developed at the former Sears property. And that's about to open next month and expected to have well over 1,000 machines and be a very popular enterprise for entertainment. So what's the problem? Well, we've been very generous with the licensing of these large casinos. If you wanted a charitable gaming license in the past, that's a very modest fee, as it should be. If you had a card room with a couple of tables, $250 for a license fee. And we had a very successful charitable gaming operation. We still do. But under current law, operators are committed to sell that business to a larger partner, and the larger partner is allowed to decide if that site's appropriate for them. And if it's not appropriate in terms of size and opportunity, they're allowed to move that location to another location within that jurisdiction. So, for example, in Nashua, we've had a couple of small charitable casinos. We had the River, and we've had the Lucky Moose. They've morphed from card games into historic racing machines with their HHR licenses. These have been bought out. Delaware North and ECL Entertainment in particular. And now these properties are being relocated to much larger venues. The one I mentioned previously, the Sears venue, is about to open next month. And the other property owned by Delaware North is the former Sheraton Tara on Exit 1 in Nashua. And I believe the intention there is to convert the hotel into a hotel casino. with the license for historic gaming as being the main driver for that opportunity. So what's the profitability of these machines? And what's the cost to get a license? Well, one of the handouts entitled Massachusetts gives you a point of reference for what other jurisdictions are looking at for large casinos. If you want to place a large casino in Massachusetts, such as the Encore in downtown Everett next to Boston, or the MGM Springfield, or the Plainview former horse track, it's a very serious opportunity and a very serious license fee. For example, the Everett Casino and the Springfield casinos have an initial license fee of $85 million. That compares to a $250 license fee for similar property in New Hampshire. Very generous. I suggest that the change of the charitable gaming from a small mom and pop operation to a large casino would be appropriate to look at a different license fee. And that's what my bill does. The license fees for the facilities in Massachusetts are $85 million or perhaps $25 million. My bill says, how about $10 million for your casino license instead of $250? Well, can the operators afford this? We had testimony yesterday from the Lottery Commission on how well the HHR machines are doing, and they're doing quite well. The testimony was, if my notes are correct, was that the average HHR machine would take in $239 per day. And that trend is likely to go upward to as much as $400 a day. Well, let's say the machine takes in $239 a day, and you have a large casino with 1,000 slot machines. That's $239,000 per day. Or if you analyze that, that's $87 million per year in gross slot revenue for each casino. So of that money, it's under the current split, it's pretty generous to the operator. The facility may generate $87 million in slot revenue, and they get to keep 75% of that, which is $65 million. The 25% they don't keep gets split between the Lottery Commission and charity. That hasn't changed. So the operator takes in $87 million, they keep 75%, so they wind up with $65 million of gross revenue. Now, those of us, with a business background say, well, what's the cost of goods here? Well, your cost of goods is the box. You buy a robot, you feed the robot electricity, and you open up the back door and you collect the money. 75% gross margins. So I suggest that a operator with that kind of gross margin can certainly afford a $10 million license fee per year for this enterprise. Now, you can ask, maybe operators might be smaller. Not all operators will have a $10 million exposure for the amount of machines they have. They may only have a smaller number. So I think it's reasonable to say we can look at a sliding scale on this, which would be $10 million for 1,000 machines, and then to slide down to, very modest amount for 1 or 2 machines. And that's certainly a reasonable alternative to my proposal. And I'd ask the committee to consider a sliding scale as well as a fixed fee. And with that, I'll take questions.
Thank you. Representative Southworth, we're going to call on you first.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I was thinking at the very beginning about the cutoff at 1,000 In your conclusion, you mentioned a sliding scale, but there's nothing about a sliding scale in the bill. Are you thinking there should be an amendment? And I'm thinking two things, the words, but also do you think the bill should actually have the scale or leave that to rules or someone?
Yeah. I'm just trying to deal with the immediate problem facing the city of Nashua with two very large casinos having over 1,000 slot machines. And let's deal with that quickly. But long term, I fully support a sliding scale, and I could certainly do a committee amendment for that purpose.
Yes, Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There, I think almost every state has some sort of gambling or games. With the states out there, I see that the fee that you'd like to do is based on the type of game. Do you see that other states do it by the game? Do they do it by a percentage of their gross revenue? Do you have any idea how it's handled in other states?
Yes,
predominantly.
Yeah, I'll defer to Director McIntyre on the details of the other states, but my belief it's there's a fee per machine.
A fee per machine.
Yeah, some, for example, licensing fees. Typically, a state would license a individual machine for about $600.
Thank you.
And the revenue is consolidated among all the machines. Some machines are lucky that day and not lucky another day, but it's the consolidated revenue that the operator takes in, which is the important number.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just be real brief because I'm sure there are others. I'm just curious as to how do we impose a $10 million tax on operators that are already operating, that complied with all our rules, statutes, that have invested millions of dollars into this effort. We show up on the door, knock on the door, and say all of a sudden you owe the state of New Hampshire $10 million. How do we enforce that, and how do we avoid the incoming lawsuits? And
Sure. Well, the first thing is, when's the bill effective? My bill is effective January 1 of next year. There's also a 3-year license cycle for a gaming license. We can determine when's the right time to cut in such a fee. Do we do it at the end of the gaming cycle, license cycle?
okay, we could do that with a lot of businesses in the state. The fact remains is people made an investment, and we're basically changing the rules midstream. Doesn't calculate here to me.
Thank you for the question. I would point out that tax law changes all the time. We've changed the business taxes constantly. We announce the changes. We don't make them retroactive. And we could decide what's appropriate for a tax at the time we look at the situation. At the time we looked at the taxes for charitable gaming, it was very modest. It was a modest enterprise. Now we have a major enterprise. I think it's time to look at the tax again.
Follow up?
Yeah, just one more follow-up. So this is just in relation to the machines, not, okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a tax on the machines. This is 100% related to the historic horse race machines and no other part of the enterprise.
Representative Breyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm relatively new to this committee, and I'm relatively new to this gaming and casinos. But what I'm seeing around is just within my house. I think it's called Revo or something. There's one in Dover. I know that Rochester's talking about putting one at the Lilac Mall, and I'm a little bit confused because it sounds like we're becoming like Maine and New Hampshire and actually having real casinos, and why are we still calling it charitable gaming? Again, I'm very new to this, and I think we're missing out on some huge revenue opportunities that other states are getting, and we do have a revenue problem right now in the state. And I guess my question is, what is there? Is part of this doing some sort of study to look at, like, should we be changing our model and looking at opportunities like this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We've had a gaming commission, or study on a gaming commission, ongoing for the past 2 years. Representative Doucette can comment on that.
Well, we just passed a bill yesterday out of this committee.
If I might,
Sure.
just because it's relative, I think that if in fact the new commission gets seated, that there are so many issues in relation to charitable gaming, dispersion of funds. I mean that the list is long. This is a commission that probably should be a permanent commission at some point, and I think we all on the commission have agreed with that. And there are plenty issues that need to be addressed.
Now, I would just summarize, say my bill's a Band-Aid. I'm dealing with the facts on the ground today. Do we want to wait another 2 years? Do we want to do something sooner? Do we want to do something never? I throw that question to the commission, to the committee.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Next, I have Alicia Preston.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alicia Preston. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association, and we are speaking today in opposition to this bill. Just for a little background, currently there are approximately only 2,000 historic horse racing machines in operation in the state of New Hampshire, and they are operating across 10 separate facilities. So while this would not affect anyone today, this would absolutely impede growth of the industry and therefore growth of revenue to the state, most importantly, to the 800 plus charities that benefit from the industry right now. Over the summer and the fall, has been referenced a few times here, Charity Gaming Study Commission looked at this issue as well as several others. As part of this review, they engaged a third party, Spectrum Gaming Group, to look into and conduct an analysis on the market. They came back and determined that in the long run, the maximum saturation of these HHR machines in New Hampshire will be approximately 6,300. Beyond that, the market could just not sustain any more machines for the market that is before us. The concept that there will be more than 1,000 machines at several facilities is simply not realistic and would not be sustainable. However, if one or more larger facilities were to support such a big amount, we believe that would only be a great benefit to both the state and, of course, to the charities. If a facility were to be charged $10 million by going over 999 machines, they're simply not going to go over 999 machines. The revenue differential just is not there. What does that do? That limits growth to the industry, and it limits revenues to the state and to charities. As part of its review, the Gaming Study Commission did look at licensing fees for charitable gaming operators and determined the gaming revenues from table games and HHR more than covered the expenses of regulation in the state of New Hampshire, and they did discuss a tiered system for different sizes of facilities, and they determined that that was unnecessary as well. Historically, New Hampshire has always rejected high licensing fees across industries because it's an impediment to growth, and we see that in industries that have grown, developed, and evolved in the state over many, many decades. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I heard in earlier testimony that there's a 75% profit margin for the operators. Maybe you can break that down for us.
No, so the 75 is, with HHR, 90% of the wages are given back to the players, approximately. That means 10% is held. Of that, 25% is given to the state and to the charities. What's a major factor missing in that is these machines have a cost of upwards of 15 to 18% through the manufacturer and the vendor. So you're looking at the tax, an immediate fee, not including employment and all that, of anywhere from 39 to 47% is what they're paying right out of the gate.
Does that mean the machines are leased and not sold?
Some are bought, some are leased, but they also have to manage the programs within it and how the payouts are done. So you can't, unlike certain other games, you can't just buy the machine and house it in your facility.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So is the actual operator take about 30%?
From historic horse racing? No, the operator take from historic horse racing by these numbers would be anywhere from, I'm doing quick math, pardon me, I guess 53 to 61.
Percent?
I'm doing quick math. So they've got 25% and then an additional 15 to 18%, which I guess would be 37% to 40.
Oh, got it. Okay. The way, yes. Now I got it.
Sorry for
Thank you.
confusing.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you. And I have a card, New Hampshire Lottery.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Charlie McIntyre, Lottery Commission, and with me, our compliance officer.
Cooley Arroyo.
One of the things you wanted to note for the members of the committee is I believe we were asked to do a fiscal note and we submitted one. I don't think it made it onto the bill.
I do not have any fiscal notes.
But I can explain to you in short order. Essentially, we characterize the revenue as essentially zero, only because the size of the rooms in question are not going to be that much larger than 1,000 machines, and the cost to go from 1,001 up would be prohibitive to any room. And so if that's the dividing line, it would be likely they would just have 995, which would candidly be a nightmare for us, because at any point in time, 1 to 2% of the machines are out of order, being moved, being replaced, and so it would be a logistical difficulty. But I would imagine, because that's funny, large is in context. So everyone thinks I'm tall, but my son is 4 inches taller than I am. And so to him, I am not tall. Similarly, there are more machines in Twin Rivers ×2 than there are in the entirety of the state, all rooms combined. So there's no technically large casino. Foxwoods has, I think, 5,000 machines in it. Mohegan Sun probably has 4. And so that's a large casino in our estimation. So 1,000 is not, we consider large. There would be the smallest one in Massachusetts. I think Springfield has 2,000 or 1,500. I think Plainridge has 1,250. Encore has over 3,000. And so those are larger facilities. And so for us, 1,000 would not be a large operation. Anyway, and I'm happy, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I'm here to answer any questions. Cooley and I are here to answer any questions you folks have regarding anything.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you have a different analysis if there were some kind of chart about a tiered system?
I mean, certainly the impact of what you assess is a policy decision for you folks, not us. But there's really 3 levers to pull when you're talking about citing a gaming facility. There's how much a license fee you make them pay, what you make them pay as a going concern, and then what you make them do to build it in the first place. And I'll give you an example. The casino in Massachusetts, Encore in Boston. Upfront was an $85 million license fee. They then were required to build a $2.4 billion facility for which they had to pay the tax rate of the machines is 25%. And so those are the 3 economic levers as a state you make them do or not do. And so, but that's a long way of saying decisions regarding the percentages are up to you folks. I have opinions, but they're,
Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Good to see you again. So, the one line here that the New Hampshire HHR license fee is $250. I mean, in just from all the numbers here, from that to 10 million, whatever, but does that seem artificially low to me? I mean, is there a number that would actually help the state, or is this an academic exercise?
it's an academic exercise. It's obviously historic. It's not relates to what exists now. It's what was before. I think a game operator employer license, I think is $850. It's $850. So that's our most expensive license. And it's, de minimis given the numbers we're talking about.
Follow-up?
Thank you for that. So what about just some of the discussion about the bigger casino operators buying up the small mom and pops and, You mentioned Twin Rivers. So is this a problem in the state or not?
You know, I'm allowed to change my mind. Originally, I thought it would be a problem to have the very large operators come in and take ownership of these things. And in the last 3 years, I've completely done a 180. And the largest, most professional operators are the ones who are doing it the tightest. They're the ones who literally, you can't have a speeding ticket and work for some of these operators. And so I have completely turned around in terms of my opinion. My fear was the large operators coming in and making these large facilities and not caring about our state and our communities. And I've been turned around on that.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do the machines in New Hampshire reap as like any machine anywhere in the United States? Are these all standard machines that work the same system everywhere?
So the short answer is yes and no. So I don't want to sound like a lawyer, unfortunately.
That's okay. Thank you.
You're talking to two of them. The physical box is the same. The communications method to the machine is the same. There's surveillance equipment that governs every machine is under camera, all times in operation the same. The amount of cash flow that comes in and out and the tracking of that is the same. All the internal controls are the same. Anti-money laundering principles are the same. It's the content inside the box that gets displayed, and more importantly, the back office math that's different, because it relates to pools in terms of horse racing, which is what makes it historic horse racing, versus a true classic video lottery terminal, which you would also characterize as a slot machine, because the players are playing in theory against each other versus you're playing directly against the machine, which is more popular with the players. I could really geek out if you want, but I figure that's a good answer.
Representative Doucette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're at present in a legislative moratorium for expansion right now, and we made that legislative decision because this is a new game. I guess I can't ask you your opinion on this, but can you tell me when that moratorium is up on HHR?
It's my understanding it was 7 years from last July 1st for the moratorium. And candidly, the moratorium was passed, I believe, with pretty bipartisan support in the belief that we should sort of build this out, see where it gets, and then make a decision, which is the reason, as I understand it, Representative, the commission is for 10 years. And as a member of it, I believe still, it's a long-term look at this only because like the Nash is opening next month. We don't know, like we're there tomorrow, but we don't know what the impact that's going to have in the community, long-term, short-term. We'll visit it and we'll follow up and we'll see, but we're still building it.
Follow up. And would you agree with me? It's my belief that the commission, if established, this should be an issue that is directly taken up with that commission also.
Yes, and as you alluded to earlier, Representative, quite accurately, there are a number of issues that need to be taken up by it.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I don't know a way to put this without sounding a little bit crude, but are there any casino operators in the state that are struggling financially?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's nice not to see you through a speaker too. That's from last time.
Yes.
Not that we're aware. Not that we're aware. And to be candid, there are a number of Cooley's division runs audits and investigation, and those are sort of privileged to a large extent.
I'm not asking for
Yeah,
names.
of course. And so, no one we're aware is having difficulty financially.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much. And I will, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 540? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on HB 540. That concludes today's public hearings. And watch the calendar for so as I said, next week, we most likely will meet Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The following week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and watch the calendar for next week at least. But I want to at least get that out there so for scheduling purposes, what to do. Thank you. Yes, question. Yeah. 4 days a week.